Woof. There goes SBRC. They're taking on off. SBRC, holy moly. SPRC flying right now. Does have a really low float. SPRC really low float. Hard to get on those breakouts in pre-market there when they just skyrocket out of nowhere. It's one thing when they're building up a nice tight flag over and over and over, and then once you see like 1030, just try to, you know, I say limit order in. But it ramps up from 850. You're kind of like, okay, it's going to get shoved to 10, right? And then it just goes for another 250 over 10 in pre-market high, which was 10. Yowza, yowza. Wow. All right, cool. Let's get through some levels here. So we do have some hot stocks to look at today, at least a little bit, right? We got some hot stocks to look at. See which one takes the mob, which we can see here. SPRC, I think it's going to end up doing a little too much in pre-market. You know, we'll see what happens here. I really thought ASTC had too much movement yesterday, and then it finally stopped. I'm like, okay, well, maybe this could still go because it flattened out for so long here. You don't want to go too much in pre-market. You know, this had that one kind of leg up and then stalled out. This had one leg up and then stalled out, right? So this went from 2 to 8 and chilled. This went from 4 to 10 and chilled. So about the same, you know, percentage and dollar-wise too. Now this is going on a second leg up. If this goes for a third leg up, it probably isn't going to continue in market. Usually not. Yesterday with ASTC is a prime example of when you do get it, is you have one kind of leg up and it kind of stalls out. And then you create this nice good bottom at 630. We never know where that bottom was going to be. Yesterday it kept making new bottoms, and I really didn't think this play had that juice in it, honestly. Just the way it was slowly, it didn't have a spike at the bell and then came down like our play a couple of weeks ago, whatever that was that ran to 30. We've had a couple of different ones here recently. Get the juice and the filet. All right, so let's get through these plays here real quickly. All right, let's go. All right, so we do have SPRC new high of day. They're really starting to take the mob away from NCT, which was the #1 gainer. Although ASTC, yesterday's burner, does look like it still wants to get up and go. Let's go to SPRC. Does have some acquisition news. Had a reverse split recently, so the float is super duper low. The news isn't even that. It's okay. It's acquisition news. The bounce plays back at 10. Former high of day resistance area will be the first bounce area at 10. Then your low area is right around the 840.50 mark. On the way up, 1250 resistance. And then honestly, having to use reverse split numbers may not be the best for resistance on the way up. So this play could honestly continue to go, but it needs to chill out. I was just saying in my lobby on the live stream, like I've said so often throughout the years, what do I say? If it goes too much in pre-market, it most likely can't go in market. It just gets too exhausted. So if it can chill out here and then ends up being the high in pre-market, the next leg up would take it to 14. Over 14, watch for a spike up to around 14.75 into 15. And over that, then it could have even a bigger spike to 16.85, close to 17. This play, because of the reverse split, has room to run and doesn't have a lot of resistance to hold it down. Just over 14 is going to be the first one, and that's going to be your main one until you get up into the higher realm. And really, the next true strong resistance I see is right around 17.80, and then 20 when it comes to the daily. If you're using the hourly, which would show some after hours levels, well, again, we're still seeing that 14 mark, and then the other one would be around the 16.75 area. So those are some levels on the way up. If this does relax here for a minute, then it has another leg to possibly go at the opening bell, but it needs to chill out. The 10 is the first bounce to be had here in pre-market. Maybe possibly after that, after the opening bell, we get more of a pullback down to the 840 area. We were former number one top gainers, taking a little back seat here recently. We just had a little bit of a crack back on down for more, and that is NCT. NCT has support on the way down at 5, and then again at the 470 to the 460 mark. On the way up, resistance is going to come in from that shelf we just cracked at right around 550. Over that, we have 580 resistance. Over that, we have right around the 615 area resistance. Over that, I see 650 area, and over 650, we finally get a decent jump up to around 725. Over 725, I see some 765 to 770 resistance. And then, of course, that pre-market high at 820. The way this keeps coming back on down and all the other tickers we have to look at, this may not get that U-shape back on around. We've seen a lot of that recently where the plays come down, lull out, and then pop back on up. The fact that we have a few other tickers that can take the mob before this could ever get that U-shape, I think that's what happens here, and we don't get back up to 820. All right, over to your number 3 top gainer is ATPC. Over to ATPC here. Great move in after hours yesterday. No news that I see on this ticker. Again, low floats across the board today. I didn't mention NCTs, but it's 300K. Here's ATPC at 900K, and then there's ASTC. We'll go over next at 1 mil. It's low float city today. The key is going to be back over that 720 to, like we talked about, 750 mark. We already kind of talked about this. If we get the squeeze up, next leg up for ATPC, ooh, this is looking pretty juicy for the next leg up here. It's going to be really, honestly, like we talked about. Yeah, it's just, that 830 mark. Over 830, I'm trying to go back in time here and trying to find some levels. This play had a huge crackdown and gap down, and there's not a lot of levels. So over that, we see a mark to 9. Over 9, this has gap fill potential, team. So over 9, ATPC, this is going to be on high watch for the squeeze of Rooney Boons. On the way down, support is at 565 area. I've got a forever line in at around 530, and then another one in right around 490. that over on the Discord. Type that out real quick. Everything I pretty much just went over. All right. What is this other one I'm looking at now? Okay, that one did pop up. It came back on down. So I'll alert it because it's crazy low float. The IOTR play that popped up here in this last hour too. I didn't miss that play. All right, over to your number 4 top gainer. ASTC, yesterday's runner, still with the big moving gap up. Yesterday closed at right around 13s after the move up close to 20. And now here we are holding that area for the most part. And after hours through pre-market, got that huge leg up. And now we have a huge gap up here. So we have a lot of gap ups in this play. Again, low float, 1.4 mil. On the chart today, on ASTC, main support is going to be right around the 2150 mark. Under that, like we talked about, watch for a pullback to 20 to around 1980. That has to hold. That's yesterday's high of day. That's the best bounce play, in my opinion, on ASTC is yesterday's high. And that juncture right around 1975 you see in pre-market. The bounce there was former resistance, then support in pre-market. If we crack that, watch for a move down to somewhere right around 1875. Below that, we go to around 1750. And under that, I think that's where we get some good sell-off down to 17. Under 17, then we head down to around 1565 area. Now, on the way up, strong resistance coming in this morning, right around the 2375 mark. Right around 2365, 2375. You can see the resistance there. Over that, we squeeze up to 25. Maybe touches 26. Now, over 26 in pre-market highs, we've talked about this play recently. This play can also go bananas. So watch for this to start running in $5 increments for the most part. Over 26. I would say it hits 28.75, if not 30 out of the gate. Again, depends on what kind of mob we have going. Does it take the mob? That way there's nothing else moving but ASTC. You don't want ASTC moving and something else. You want it to go first. Then we can get some other banger-ring movement. I will say if another play takes off first, most likely when it does go, it may not go as much. And that's a thing which we'll start to see. It kind of becomes like SPY, where if it halts up, then we'll see maybe more halts up. But if it halts down, then those other plays will halt down. It becomes like a domino effect. So we need that leader really out of the gate to be ASTC and to squeeze and to go flying out of the gate here into a halt up. That'll truly help SPRC and ATPC as well. Then we get some QTEX, QTXC. We get some of these other plays that get to moving. Last small cap I'll alert for the day is going to be IOTR. IOTR back over, I would say the main area for me is going to be back over. We're failing now at 3.6, but then we have it again at 3.8, 3.85. That's going to be the key gatekeeper at the VWAP. Once we get through that, watch for a pop up to 420 area. Over 420, we have resistance coming in hot somewhere right around the 450 mark to 465. You can see even resistance up into 480 all throughout pre-market when it first popped up. Because then over that, we have a huge upper shadow to 565. So most of the failing comes from 480 to 455, 460 area. Now, let's just say, for instance, we get over 465. What's the next level? Well, the next level I see, and there's past chart history, at 580. So be careful with this play. Over that at 625 to 630. Then over that, we finally get to roll. We have a move to 750. And over that, we could see some more good movement. But IOTR has a lot of resistance on the way up. It's got a U-shape. And secondly, it's got to contend with NCT, with QTEX, with ATPC, SPRC, ASTC. All these low floats today. There is a lot of them. Woo! We got a lot of tickets out now. Okay, that's good enough for now. Well, didn't quite get that 10 bounce. I was looking at it. If you saw me come over here and hover over that lower I just want to see what the low was of that candle. So we're really holding right at about 11. 11, maybe a little under it. See if this gets the next leg up. You know, maybe it does. It does have some decent room to run on the daily too as well, right? We were down in the bottom right-hand corner. You can see over this 10 mark, we've got room to run to here where we're kind of hitting into now. Over that, the next resistance is at 14. Then we're running up to, more than that. So this could get that leg up. This could get that next move up possibly. And I think the more this runs into the opening bell, I think the less we get after the opening bell. And again, my favorite thing would be to see ASTC get a squeeze and goes up right out of the gate. and we see a move up to like whatever and halts up. So then we get some more movement, because I would love to play the gap and goes today. Halt, gap, go. If we trade bounce plays, they're set up though, which is nice. I would wait and not, I would be worried. I would go small at the 10 mark just to try it out, maybe 100 shares just to see if we get it. If it doesn't work, I'm coming down to this 10 or 835, 840 mark. And then we have great bounce play on ASTC right here at this 1980. You know, the year I was born, baby. You know, essentially right there. That's old support, new resistance. Perfect. Or old resistance, new support. Which yesterday, high of day early on in pre-market, we failed at it, and then we flew from it, and then we bounced on it. That's the bounce play on ASTC. I'm going to leave QTEX alone, any of these other tickers, I'm leaving them alone, but there's bounce plays out there as well. I like even ATPC down back at 490 if you can hit it, $5 area. And then on QTEX, it'd be yesterday's high of day in the 534, 235, 230 area, which we had a juncture at and failed this morning at that mark. So those would be the 3-4 different bounce plays I really like a lot. And I'll just kind of reiterate that. So plays to have here, into the bell or at the bell. What I'd like, if we're going for bounce plays, I love the 1985 $20 area, yesterday's high of day, pre-market high, and then we blew up from it, bounced on it on ASTC. So ASTC, right around 1985. Over on SPRC, go small at 10. I really love the 835, 840 area. ATPC, I like the $495 area. And QTEX, I like yesterday's high of day, a little juncture, we also, just like ASTC, where we failed at today and then blew up from it. And that's QTEX 230-ish area. All right, let's get some large caps. Let's get to large caps, baby, please. All right, SPY, Apple, AMD, ARM, B, Google, Microsoft, whoopsies, Microsoft, Meta, MSTR, MU, NVDA, PLTR, Tesla, QQQ. That's a lot of tickets. That'll be good enough, there. Oh, that's true. Then we can even do like snow today, because snow was huge. That was a big mover. All right, let's go over to SPY and the large caps. Did have a little pop up today. We had some news released this morning, and we had a little pop up from it. Really just consolidating into a channel, trying to hold for the most part the low from Tuesday, Wednesday, and the high from last Friday. And again, we bounced at it this morning in pre-market, which would be right around 748.50, 748.40, somewhere in that area. I know the high from last Friday is a little higher, but generally, so we'll just call it 748.50. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day comes back to after hours lows of 747.35. On the way up today, watch for a move through pre-market high in the 751 mark for the move to 751.70, and then over that to after hours high of 752.20. Normal high of day there, that's also Tuesday's high area. Over this, watch for the move into pre-market highs of yesterday, which would take it into 753.30, then to 754 ultimate high of day there. Man, Dawson, as hot as it is, I can't believe you're the only person in chat. I mean, maybe someone else out there, but the only person alerting. I figured today with all the action we've had here, there'd be a lot more people in here. Alright, so let's get to it. Some more large cappies. Taylene, what's up? Yeah, right. That's hey. It's all good. We're looking for bounce plays, and we got some yesterday. We'll get looking for more today. Apple looking a lot like SPY in a way where we're consolidating out to a right in a channel. Main support for this is a little bit different charts, right? But we can just see we're moving sideways more so. 309.65 pre-market low is yesterday's bounce play right at the closing bell. Under 309.65, watch for a crack down to 309. Under 309. I'm going to call 309 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch for a crack down to 308. Under 308, watch for a move down to the low at the end of Tuesday. And pretty much yesterday's low and pre-market right around 307.60, maybe a tad lower for ultimate lows. On the way up, strong resistance is going to come in off of multiple areas. Monday's high, Tuesday's high, after hours high, and pre-market high. So somewhere right around 311.40 to 311.70 will be resistance. Over that, which will be our normal high of day, watch for a spike into yesterday's high of 313.25. James, we're here listening to taking. Yeah, right. Again, I'm going to go for, there goes one more leg up. So SPRC looking like we're going to be leaving that play alone here. SPRC now all the way up to, how much are we up on the day here? Up only 164. Oh, well, it hasn't calculated in that last move here. SPRC here hitting up new highs. We'll see when it finally calculates. It updated yet on, there we go. After that spike, it hasn't even updated yet. Moves. We're up about 200%. Up about 200%. So, well, there goes SPRC. Third leg up, 100% right there. So there goes the third leg up on SPRC. I'm telling you right now, would be a little careful trading this at the bell. I think you'd see a sell-off. I don't know that we'd go up much more. I think we're going to find a bottom and then a high, and other tickers mates steal the mob. I don't know that we'll get that 835 bounce anymore. It really seems like a lot of the soakage is coming in at 11. So if this goes up to, say, a little bit more, like 14, a little bit higher, which probably is about to touch it right now, that 11 to around 1065 is going to be the main dip out of the gate. I always thought it was so funny they put the GIF for SPRC, or SPR. I always thought it was funny that they put the GIF, not the GIF. What is it? The emoji. Emoji. I always thought it was funny they put the emoji, because I'm putting this over on the morning alerts. Why is the emoji of an up chart red? You'd think the down chart would be red and the up chart would be green. I don't really get why whoever at Apple decided the up chart's red and the down chart's blue. It's just weird. Waiting to see who takes the mob. Yeah. I like the bounce. I like my bounces, so I'm just waiting for the bounce plays to happen. There's our move to 14 as I talked about. So I like the bounce plays. Let me get through the morning alert so that we can get over to the bounce plays. Over to AMD. Support down below, very strong, right around the 486 mark. 486 area, 4650 into 485. The real nice dip on Tuesday there after the opening bell. All day support from yesterday at the bottom lows. Today we had a good dip in pre-market there. That's going to be your main support normal low of day. Somewhere right around 86.50 to 85.50. We'll call it 86.50 to 85.50. If we crack that, we're going down to after hours lows, somewhere right around 478 to 477. On the way up, we just failed at a key juncture from yesterday where we failed at right at the start, or almost at the start of power hour at 499. 98.75. There's that number coming in. All over that, watch for a move up today to around 502.70. 502.70 breaks, watch for a move up to Tuesday's high of day of 506.50. Normal high there. Ultimate high of day, watch for a move up to 511.50, close to 512.50. Crazy. Over to ARM, beautiful move back down, little liquidation sweep down to a beautiful bounce play, which would be the open from Friday of last week. I talked about a little add in at that mark actually at the 290 area, 288. This perfect bounce play. On the way up and below that for support, we have right around 298. So we have 88 and then we have 98, right around the 75 mark. So normal low of day is 298.75. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 291.50 to 292. And if somehow we crack that, we'll see after hours lows, but I don't think that happens. On the way up today for resistance, we have pre-market high coming in pretty hot, almost at 875. So another 8. In the tens we're running here from 88 to 98 to 08. Over 08, watch for a spike up, a real quick spike to right around 2 or 310.50. Now, it's over 310.50, which I'm going to call a little Philly fake out here, and that's where your normal high will be. And, well, we're going to run, here we go, and we get just over pre-market high, and we get shoved back down. Now, if we get over that, that's where we can go barn burners up to 315-ish area. And over 315, watch for a spike up to a right around, I'll call it 318.75 area for your ultimate high of day. What's up, other cousin? Other cousin. You know, I thought Cousin Greg would have joined by now. I'm surprised. I wonder I forgot what happened to Cousin Greg. I guess he may. I know he still gets the morning alerts, but I was surprised your other cousin, Cousin Greg is in here. Or there's some people like at Tradecaster that were, I just thought right out of the gate we're going to be on the live stream, and yeah, they never came over. I'm a little surprised. I just forget about it because I'm just so busy. But sometimes I'll think about it, like, oh yeah, what happened to them? They were always in my lobby. Over to Aunt B. Nice bounce in after hours, pretty much off of in market low, right around 286. That'll be a good support in I will call your normal low of day. Support above that is at 289.30. Now, if we crack that 286 mark to 285.50, watch for a crack back down to 280. Let me zoom out just to make sure here. Yeah, I'll go right around here it is, right there. 284, under 284. What's the range here recently? Yeah, under 284, watch for a crack back down to right around 281.50, maybe a tad below for your ultimate low of day. On the way up today, watch for a move back over 296. We run up to 298.50, 75 area. Over that, then we run to 350, just over 300. I'm going to go into that reversal right at the middle of the day yesterday at 303.70 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day is going to have some trouble at 305. I want to say that's going to be all included. So we'll call it, what was yesterday's, that juncture? The high of that candle is 303.94. So we'll call it 304 to 305 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 308.50 to 308.75. Google stuck. Are we still? I think these ways are stuck. Oh, Meta finally. Google stuck, but Meta finally yesterday. Holy banana sauce. Meta with huge news. Launches enterprise solutions unit to boost business AI. So got some news yesterday here. Banana Joe's move that I missed. Of course, I was covering an after-hour stream yesterday and running around in a one-on-one. Had no idea this popped up. Right about 30 points from 610 to around 640 now. Overall. On the way up, now we're going to work our way back into another channel and chop I don't like, which is the 630s up to the we'll call it 680s. We can get real channely and choppy through here. So on the way up today, I'll just go over pre-market high. Over pre-market high, watch for, let's see here, over 644. Over 644. Watch for a spike up today. Ooh, see, I just can't find it. Well, she could have bing bangs. I'm just gonna throw one out there. 647. 647 to 647.50. Ultimate high of day. We go on a barn burner move and go all the way up 10 more points from that to around 654 area. Do have a forever line in there. On the way down today, well, we're gonna try to hold yesterday's high of day, which we already did in pre-market right around. There's another 875 to 850 area coming into play. So right around 638.50 to 638.75 is going to be key. If we crack that, we're going to come all the way down to 634.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows come all the way down to 631.40.50 area. Maybe a tad lower for ultimate low of day. I think this holds up on good news. Now, if it does crack back, I'd say we'd probably go to somewhere right around 627.50 to 626.50. I think good, still stuck. Microsoft stuck, but MSTR cracked back. We talked about this yesterday, and we got continuation. I said back under that 157.50, whatever it was, this had more continuation on down. I'm pretty sure I've had this in the morning alerts yesterday. It was a choppier ride down, but boy, it finally really sold off in after hours. On the way up today, 150-120 resistance over that at 152. If we break over 152, I see 153.40 to 154 normal high of day. Ultimate high takes it up to 154.75, and over that's a 155.50 area for your ultimate high of day. Support down below, you got to be kidding me. How many freaking 850s and 875s we're going to run in today? 148.50 support. Below that, we go to after hours low of 147.40. And yet again, this is on high crack watch under 47.40. I'll call it normal low of day there, and we somehow hold that up. Watch for a move under 47.40 down to around 144 to 143.50 for your ultimate low. You've been all over this for you guys. Hopefully you got in and added in on this on the dip buy yesterday. I know I brought up the 890 mark yesterday on the morning alerts, little sandwich area there from Tuesday, and bada boom, bada bing, we've bounced there pretty much 3 times, and now we're making an inverse head and shoulders on that mark with the head coming down to around 880 in after hours. Now coming back up today after hours high, pre-market high, same level, 34.50 breaks. Watch for a spike up to 45, and over 945 we go to 952 area. Over 952 area, watch for a spike up, and we'll go there. Normal high of day. Ultimate high goes to 967, maybe a tad higher for your ultimate high of day. On the way down, if we do reverse, I would say your best add-in is going to be 900, and then we have 890, and then we have 880. So that $10 area increments from 900 down to 880 will be beautiful for bounce plays. Now under 880, we do have some sort of a significant pullback happening. I just don't see that happening. NVDA has been an absolute ugly chop fest on the way down today, or on the way down over the last few days, I guess I should say. The only thing I'm seeing here is a possible downtrend break, and finally, a new lower low break of trend, right? So new lows every single day over the last few days. Now, can we stop that today? We have pre-market low right around 209.75, after hours low around 209, in-market low at 208. You got to be kidding me, 75. So there are support levels on the way down, and can we stop that? Now, if we crack back under 209.75, we're most likely going to crack back on down and see those lows and continue with the lower low pattern. Under 875, which I'll call normal low of day, ultimate low of day goes down to 206.50. On the way up, it's going to be pretty much yesterday's high, well, not high, the strong resistance in power hour that kind of comes into the main support in power hour for Tuesday. So what will support is resistance back-to-back days, right around 213 to 213.20. I'll call that normal high of day. Over 213 to 213.20, watch for a good size spike up to 215, and we break that downtrend eventually from that. Pretty sure this one's still absolute Ugg sauce. Yeah, that PLTR's gotten ugly. Good God. Over to the Qs. On the way up today, we do have some resistance coming in hot over pre-market high and after hours resistance right around 730.30. Watch for a move up to right around 731 to 731.20. Over that, we run at after hours high of Tuesday right around 732.30, 732.20 area. I'll call that normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then moves back up to 733.80. Over that to 735 for your ultimate high of day. On the way down today, kind of that inverse head and shoulders, almost like MU kind of has in a wayish. We have support right around the low from yesterday and a bounce in pre-market right around 725.45. There's also a hella good bounce there in the middle of the day on Tuesday. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes all the way down to 722.75 and after hours low, which would be the head of the inverse head and shoulders. We could see a little bit of a bounce as well if we move up through 730. The other area I'm seeing as support is 728 to 727.65. Not SPY, I want snow. I wanted snow. Snow was my after hours pick yesterday for a good long and breakout. Got in at 223 and, held it up to the 240. So I got about 20 points out of it just on some 10 shares, just fun and after hours, and it worked out real nicely. I think this play really holds up today as well. Now watch for a crack under 235. Under that, we head down to 232.50, and if we crack that, we're really going to crack back. 230 support. Under that, then we have 225 support. That'll be my normal low of day under 225. Woo, this shit go get nasty and really start to dump. Couldn't even throw a number out there where she'd crack back to. We haven't been in this area for quite a while. I would say we could come all the way back down to, say, 205 potentially. The first support I see below that would be, we'll say 215, 212.50, and then 205. On the way up today, over that pre-market high area, go to the 4 hour, just so I can see a little bit more of the chart here as well where we're at this morning, which is right around 245, we'll call it. Watch for a spike out of the gate to 247.50. Over that, we rip up through 250 to around 250, 250. Over that, we could see 255 and over 255 up to 260. Now, again, this could race in $5 increments, not maybe like after hours movement, but this could go overall stretching its way back up to the 270s, even to the 280s in the next couple of days. I do like snow here, and I do like this for good movement today. And lastly here, let's get into Tesla for you Tesla babes. Is it worth trading today? And it's not that great and really has been ugly actually over the past few days. I would leave Tesla alone today. I would wait for Tesla to get back over 245 and move its way back on up. That would be the great breakout or even a good fail yesterday's high of day. Bounce play down below. The best one is going to be at 427.85. So 427.85 support. And then the good resistance is right around 445 as well. And then over that, over 445 today, if we get it, watch for a move to 450-ish area. What the trade at the bell? I would sit back and wait for your trades to come to you today. I didn't think there was really one that said trade me, trade me, trade me in the large cap sector if I'm looking back and overall. Snow's one though here. Snow getting some crackback. So Snow is definitely one because it has huge levels to run through. So I do really like Snow out of the bell here because it has so much room to run after that big gap up. And then back over to small caps at the bell. Sit back and wait for bounce plays. Again, 20 to 1985 for ASTC. We did get up into the 14s, but now we're halting down. So here comes halts for SPRC. I still do like that 11 to 1070-ish area for SPRC, being that we went up to the 14 mark like I talked about. Double top there actually right there at the opening bell, and now we're halted down. So sit back and wait to see who gets the mob. That's the first thing I would tell you if you like to like slow and steady Eddiness. And if you want to take a trade, it would be the 1980 area for ASTC. That's the sexiest one so far. And then again, we'll see where we open up at. That's going to be the key here. And I'll go over to see where we could possibly resume at for SPRC. And we're showing right now right around 12. So not that big of a gap down. So if it's not that big of a gap down, it's right around 12. I would definitely be highly watching for a bounce off that VWAP around 11 into the 1070-ish area.
COD.
I just want to see it. Just want to run over them at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Actually 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. So 20 alerts. I mean, that's a lot. That's worth $30 a month, right? That's worth $30 a month, right? Back over to SPRC like I talked about, right? And I should have seen that, maybe jumped in on the halt down, just knowing that we'd get some sort of a gap down here, just to get a free 30, 40, 50 cents possibly, or just try to jump in. Like, here's the sell-off. What did I say? SPRC, third leg up, most likely doesn't go at the bell and sees a sell-off. It just happens all the time.
OTR.
We went too many legs up. You go up that high at the opening bell, before the opening bell, and you're that many legs up. It's just not a surprise whatsoever to see a sell-off.
NCT. RCAX, CRSR, RGTZ, LABX.
Oh, sorry, team. I didn't know that was on in the background, the stupid alerts. All right, cool. So sit back and wait. Sit back and wait. Put up your shoes. I'ma come around and sing some blues. How about that one? It's pretty good. Just kidding. That was absolutely terrible. Oh, all right, sweet. Trade the pool as always. Tuesday, Thursday. That's the dealio. It's all good, though. We're going to sit back and get us a good trade here coming up soon. Well, I'm really surprised I'm surprised ASTC is like, what are we doing? What are we doing, ASTC? What are we doing? I was a little surprised. There's your 235 dip out of the gate so far there. Now, it's not holding up so well, but at least it dipped it. We talked about the dip on QTEX. Max, good morning. Got that first short on SPOC when it touched 14, and I was going to short it again at 14, but my order didn't get filled. That sucks. That's all good. Hey, if you're green for the day already, that's always good. Green to start the day. I haven't had a lot of that recently. It was at MWC, I think was the last one we got, right? Or whatever what it was I took here recently at the bell. And that was a really good spike for us. Yeah, it was MWC. Yeah, that we got in around 1090, 1085, and we rode that up to the 13s. Got about $3 out of it. Yeah, I love that day. I love those days when you can get a trade at the bell or before the. I mean, of course, that's why. Trust me, it was late 2022 when I started trading pre-market. It was a lot of shorts, right? But I miss it. I mean, I miss it. I miss being up three trades already at the opening bell. 35 after and 37 seconds. Or 47 seconds. So 35, 47. 35, 47 for SPRC. 35, 47 for SPRC. About 10 seconds. So, of course, you can always see I know it may be small, but hopefully you can put, select that gear hand, put it at 1080p. You should be able to see that, honestly. And it shows you what time I'm at, so you can see if there is a lag and how much of a lag there is. I wanted to see what this did out of the gate. See if it was actually holding here, and it really, look at it, holding right there at that juncture. So it's letting me know we're going for a halt up. We're going for a halt up now, team. We're halting up. Nope, hitting the LULD. We are hitting the LULD, though. LULD is getting hit. I would not take this for a gap up unless we're over pre-market high in 1430, and then I would take it for a gap up. Can't trust it right now, being that could immediately get shoved down. Now, it's showing 14 for a resumption price. We'll see, though. So, this is first halt up. I'm fine with that. You know what I want to see? I want to see a gap up like supposedly we might get. It says 1380 now. I want a gap up. And I immediately want to race into another halt up. And if we do, I'm going for it. I'm going long. I'm going LONG, baby. Crazy weird mood for RSVR. RSVR is halted up at 11. Right out of the gate, some play called RSVR is halted up. It's showing a resumption price of $13.95. It halted up at $11.44. So I'll put that on watch for now as well. Jeez. Yowzas, sir. I'd be careful on that third touch too, Max. I know if you're wanting to trade it. So 41.14. 41.14 will be the resumption time. We'll see what we get out of it. Didn't quite get that sell-off. I saw this play coming down, ASTC, and I was getting ready to pull the trigger on her. No trigger pulled. No trigger pulled there. NCT slowly working its way back on up. So we do have NCT working its way back on up. Showing 1381 resumption price. It was pretty much all over it last time around. Again, I want this to gap up, immediately fly into another halt up. Over 1430, obviously, right? And I'm going in for the long for another gap up and a continuation. And this play is going to get some of that ASTC continuation. You know, the fact that we had MNTS and ASTC, holy bananas. And, sorry, I haven't smoked today. And this could then help ATPC later on. All the plays that end with C. Whatever. Regardless, if this can get going and move to like 20 plus, we already have ASTCs. Anyway, point being, later in the day, we could get ATPC to go. Like during the call-in show, something like that. We've had a lot of lunch spikes recently. And so this could then really get going. The floats today are crazy low. SPRC, 570K. NCT, 320K. ATPC, 970K. ASTC, 1.4 mil. Crazy. Plays that aren't spiking. IOTR, 690K. Mask, 820K. Bananas. All right, so we have SPRC resumption time 41.14. 13.91 showing on the resumption price now. Come on, give it to me. I want it. I want a huge gap up and go right into another halt up. I wanted this. I wanted gaps and I wanted halt and gaps. The halt gaps today. Gap and halts. What's up, T-Web? How we doing? We got some crazy moves today so far, brother. Like, I have Q-Tech still up, but really might as well move this one out of the way because it's dying off. It's just gapping up, but we have NCT up 130%, ATPC up 113%, SPRC up almost 200%, ASTC up 70%. And that's from yesterday's move when it was at, what was yesterday, pre-market low? Twos to 26s, baby. We are flying. We're flying here. All right, give me the gap and go. 41, 14 resumption price, or time, 41.14. 13.95 is what it's showing here. Come on, baby, give it to me. Come on, baby, give it to me. Gap and go. Go hard, ASTC spiking. Come on, baby. SPRC, let's go C plays. C plays turning into A plays. Oh, we're going to a 10-minute halt. No, now it's showing 14.30s as resumption price, so this could be good. Ooh, baby. Come on. I should have got in. I hesitated. I was like, we'll probably gap up and run straight into this, and I should have taken it. This charting here, you never know if we see it. We may not get a gap up, right? And it only gaps up to 13.45 and immediately just dumps right back on down, and it becomes this halt up, halt down, halt up, halt. We're just stuck in a play that won't stop halting. It's all right. So we're going to 46.15 or 46.14. RSVR is halted up again. RSVR is halted up. RSVR is halted up or down. Oh no, she's live. It is live. Whoa, this play is wacky weird. So RSVR is live. Did get a big gap up. RSVR, huge gap up right there. But the time in sales is just all over the place. The spread on this, the level 2, is absolutely just atrocious. So we're going to stick with SPRC. SPRC. Going to stick with it. ATPC not bad. ATPC is not bad. It's still working. Come on, ASTC. I need you to get through 24. I need this to continue to climb. That's not good. I don't like a sell-off there. Maybe that means more traders are going to move over to AT or SPRC because they see a gap up of 14-something now. Oh, wait, there's that little pop. There's what I was saying. ATPC not looking bad. Getting a little bit of pop-a-rooney, getting a little bit of volume here. I'm telling you, this play is on my back burner supernova move watch list. You will blow through those a lot of the time on these plays. When these plays halt, they'll gap and go, and they just don't end up hitting resistance areas. I mean, that's where I've always said shorting the top's risky, because it fucking is. I mean, no, it's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I mean, you see, I've never been down 100K in a bounce play. Yeah, there's never been a bounce play unless I just left. I've seen someone down 100K short in the top multiple times. I've seen people down that much, if not 5 to 10K. I've never seen a bounce play unless you're just a jackass and you don't have a stop loss and you just let it keep going down, which it doesn't halt down on you. Plays like if you try to short the top, we know what happens. That's why I do bounce plays. Bounce plays within chart because there's chart to hold it up, even below my bounce play. That's why I create a stop loss off of former charting. You can't do that when you short the top. And so that's why shorts get blown. I mean, blown up. They get blown up for that reason because they want to go to an area that doesn't have a lot of chart. It's got like a wick or, you know, it's not like it's just, oh, good God, that's crazy, you know, like SPRC at 15. It isn't crazy. It'd be one thing if it was like, bam, 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 bam. We broke above it. Now we're bouncing on it. Bam, 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 bam. We cracked it. Now we're hitting, failing. Bam, bam. And so there's like 40 touches, 20 touches, 10 touches. You know, those are the shelves we play. 5 touches, 10 touches, 3 touches, you know. So that's why, you know, it's just hard to say this is where the, you know, it's going to be at. And that's why I love these plays so much because they can just eat through levels like it's going out of style. What's up, Bick? How we doing, brother? His name is B.I.C. He says, I come to thee. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh. Showing 14:30 still, 46:14, 46:14. So a little over a minute left. Showing a 10% gap up now to 1440. Oh, I'm gonna cry that if it does gap up that much. Like if it gaps up that much and then just fucks with us. The fact that we didn't get in here and it gaps up $1.50 and then we get $1.50 free money and then it just does some like chop game because it's showing 1449 now. Hopefully I'll show it 1450. It keeps going up 1452. Oh God, we'll see. I hope it does and I hope it runs right into a halt up. 1454 now 1452. Oh boy, oh boy, oh. Let's see what we got. About 15 seconds left here. No! Well, womp womp. This is not good. No! Not good. Now it's showing 15s? Oh, we're live. We are live. Random on-hold time. Well, that massive gap up's going to ruin it. Massive gap up's going to ruin it there. We are live out of nowhere, though. Damn it. That was the gap. I can't believe we got... What was the open there? Open was 15. Open was 15. $2 for free. And then here comes the chop. It's trying to hold pre-market highs. Trying to hold pre-market highs right there. Sell off from Q-Tex back on down. And that was it. It did exactly. This was it. This was the play. Boom to boom. Because even now, if you wanted to and say F it, you're still up X amount, you know, on the trade. And then ATPC with the mat. I was hoping today we're getting the unfortunate hodgepodge of people can't just go to one, stay at one. And then usually what will happen is one goes and they all can start going. I've seen it before. And that's what I was hoping today, that these 3 C plays with the really low floats were going to take off. I thought, and I don't know if this hurt it. I think what would have helped and what I've always seen and what would have been the best case scenario was right now, ASTC is halted up at 27 still. It's in a 10-minute halt now, but it kept going up and didn't reverse here. It's now at 27 halted up. This play most likely when it went live, wherever it went live at, because this play is now halted up, this play is probably going to skyrocket into another halt up. And then you can see a huge reversal here from ATPC now just recently. That doesn't have, and now that's halted up at like 770, right? At pre-market after, or what, you know, right? I will say if SPRC can fly into, which we'll put it here now, we'll move the C plays around. We'll go to ATPC down here. No, it's ASPC. Or 8. What's she golly dang it? What is it? 2 minutes. Oh, son of a gun, Josh. ASTC. It is okay. It's ASTC. Okay, just too many C's and A's and. All right, we'll get this out of a 2 or a 1 to 3. Just because of the massive gap up we just saw, $2. If this runs into another halt up, I would go for that and just, market order into that. The only other trade to be had would be ATPC here at 560. I don't know it's going to get it, though. It's hitting 570. And then the other one would be ASTC, like we talked about, back down at that 1985 mark. Those are really the only bounce plays for now. If you wanted a bounce play on SPRC, I don't know that you're going to get a good solid bounce play. Hold on a sec here. What are we knocking down? Come on, Margo. Come on, Margo. How do you want to knock that down? Every dang day. Okay. I do have to get over to trade the pool here in about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes or so. No worries, no rush, I should say. Go back. Lay down. I'm working and you know it. Lay down. Go with your sister. I'd say your two areas are going to be 1180, this 1185 mark, and then kind of the 1085 mark. Those would be your two areas on SPRC. I'd rather not take a bounce play on this. It's unfortunately not going to get my wish here. I really wish this play would go to a halt. Now we're about to halt down. I mean, you could go for the strategy of a small gap down. I'll do it for fun. I'll do 100 shares for the halt down here to see if we get a gap down just to get a play in. Just because we've been getting some gaps with this. And at 1291, 100 shares. I'm just testing this out. I'm like, hey, we'll see what happens here. All right, so halt down time 50-55. 50-55 will be 55-55. 55-50. That's funny. 55-55 resumption time. Still watching NCT here. This could still ramp up. It's low float too. I'm getting a little worried now that the 1980 mark isn't going to work. I love 1980s. They were great. I love yesterday's high of day around that mark, 1990 as well. I'm just a little worried that, these crackbacks and pullbacks are pretty, they're pretty significant when they happen. And so I would just be a little worried, even like this one pullback here went from 2165 down to that mark. Well, this is 2050, not 2150, first off. And so if we do crack that then puts us down to around 1850 to 19. Well, if you do the math, right? It's further down. So I'd be a little worried right now on the bounce play on ASTC. What I really want to happen on SPRC, again, I'm just trying to trade the gap and halts at this point, to determine the bounce play. Let them be the guinea pigs. Let them be the rats or mice or whatever in the experiment. Does it bounce at 1011 or 1085.11? Does it actually bounce off a pre-market high in 10? I want them to determine it for me. I don't want to be the first guinea pig to say, and I usually am that, and say, here's where it's going to be at, like I did multiple times. Obviously, I'm always telling you guys where the bounce plays are. Even yesterday on QTTB. We go to it real quickly in QTTB from yesterday. Just go right over here, QTTB. Falling off and selling off today, darn it. But what did I say the bounce play was going to be? And I said to put an order in. I said it's going to be the bounce play. Hold this area. Somewhere right around 1120, 1130 area. Somewhere in here. This 20 cent area would be the bounce. And sure shit enough, it comes right on down there and gives you two chances to get in. Unfortunately, because it doesn't come all the way down, no. But boom. And then what does it do? Runs all the way to 13 by lunch. Holds 12, then goes to 1440 by the closing bell. Great movement. You're talking about $3 from entry price and holds it, and you never saw red. So, same sort of thing. I usually go out and say, hey, here's it. But then there are plays like QTTB that we saw that in market beforehand established that, right? They came down, big lower shadow, wicked up, came flying up, and I said, boom, that's our area. We're going to attack it on the next time down if we get it. So we're going to do the same thing today we did yesterday on the Q to B. All right, 55.55 resumption time. Haven't even looked at resumption price. Showing 12.30, so not big gap down, but a decent one here. So 12.30 gap down price. 55.55 resumption time. What I would love is as soon as this opens up, and this is why I wish I could put limit orders in, because I would put a limit order in right now for like 13.35. And so as soon as this went live, it would take it. So I need to get on Trade the Pool's ass because I can take profit. You know, we wouldn't have to worry about it going live and then trying to market order out on some limit or market order, and then the spread comes into play again. I want it down to 11.90. This is that 11.85 mark. That's kind of I want to get 1 point out of it. You know, that's my real goal out of this. Stop loss, of course, is anything back over entry. I'll take it and stop myself out, but I'll give it at least till the entry price to let it move around a little bit, so to speak. Nothing really else hitting the boards here. No one else is talking about anything else. I'm going over to different streams and I'm, seeing if they're talking about anything else, and I'm just not seeing it. Just not seeing it. Could be a lot of hands up action right now too as well. See if we go live here. Yep, no gap down, no gap down. Small gap down right here. I'm going to see if this reverses back down. If it doesn't, I'm going to stop myself out. I'll give it now to that upper shadow. If it gets back over, say, 1350, I will get out of it. 1350, I'll get out of it. Again, I'm only in 100 shares, so I can give some room to this to run around. Watching the level 2 here. Spread's pretty nasty on it, but not too bad. But it definitely has a spread on it. So over 1350, I stopped myself out. All right, come on. Are we going to get it or not? Yep, we are. All right. There we go. Took the loss. Small little loss there. Small little loss there. Lost about 75 bucks. Not bad. That's easy to recover from. That's why I was just testing the theory to see if we would continue down hard. Does let me know that this play has some good momentum to the top side. This is definitely still staying bullish. That's why I was just testing this. Just, hey, let me see if we get are we done? We've seen those plays where boom, and then finally we see the sell-off, and it just, we see all the way back down to like this. And you're like, whoa, that sold off hard. This play is definitely showing some bullishness, being the fact that it's immediately it's not gapping down. First it was showing 12, then it was showing 1230s, and then doesn't even gap down, It definitely lets me know that there's bulls in this. Crazy to think all it was selling into that halt down, but yet look at all that selling. Yet there's how do we have no gap down? So it's very confusing at times, honestly. So just is what it is. Oh, now sell off. Almost gave it $1 to be honest, but I just didn't want to give it lots of potential minimum up. Yeah. So you went for a short. Yes, Aussie chick. Yeah, I just went for the halt down strategy. The gap down strategy, just didn't get it. It's a little all over the place right now. That's why if you trade this, you just go small. 100 shares. You're not, Margot, you're going to lay down. You're going to lay down. You're going to go back to bed in a crate. Yeah. But yeah, it's 100 shares. That's nothing for me. 100 shares for me anymore is like, that'd be like if I could give you $100. I wish I was that rich. Just passing out hundreds, passing out Benjamins. I'm sitting back and waiting now. Just sitting back and waiting. The next trade I would take, I'm not even going to trade. Again, here's the mark, though. It did just kind of wick down into it. hit 1985 on the dot. So we'll see if that play actually does hold up there at 1985 on ASTC. It might. It might. I am going to leave that play alone for now. Again, these plays are starting to look a little iffy at this point. If I swear if this soaks all the way back up to like 22 or something, I'll be like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I never put orders in on ASTC. After it came down and bounced here, I was a little worried when it came back up and it did it again. That's where I go, well, is that gonna, I'm a little worried if we do take it, we may not get that big of a bounce. Even though right now, if you go in 1,000 shares, if you somehow did get filled there on that quick wick, decent profit. Not a lot, but decent. Waiting at this point, team, for the next trade. Next trade for me would be if somehow, some way, and I hope it does, SPRC, because everything else is dying off here, explodes for a halt up. If SPRC goes for a halt up, I'm going long 500 shares. Actually, I'll do 700. I've had a lot of luck for whatever reason when plays halt up with 700 over the last couple of months. So halt up, SPRC, because we're going to get just for my anticipation of what we got today. I know it's only been one, but we had one massive gap up. So I will go long if we do halt up on SPRC. Other than that, I am sitting back and waiting to see if we have a bounce area that gets created on a play today that looks beautiful. Yesterday, again, QTTB. Go back to this play. This was a nice bullish play, not only in pre-market, and then squeezes from here, right? Then we create something because we're up and up above the VWAP. There was nothing today up above the VWAP other than SPRC, and it is just kind of all over the place as far as chart-wise. It's not building good. It's not a QTTB type of ticker. Now, that play at 1985, that worked out gorgeous. Again, I don't know that we would have gotten filled there, to be honest. It hit 1985 on the dot and barely hit it. So we may not have gotten filled there, but that worked out for the small bounce player right there. Not massive so far. Now, again, through 22 is where I'll start shaking my head going, well, I should just start trusting everything I say and just put, got to just put those limit orders in. That's the only one I like today so far, other than QTEX, and it's working out as well now that NCT's rolling back over. QTEX, what did I say? 330 area, and look what it bounced off of, right at, or 230 area, and now you're making a little inverse head and shoulders off of it. And these do scare me a little bit, where you come down and bounce a little bit above it, and then it comes down. But again, it usually it's only for 30 minutes. And neither one of these plays really consolidated for over 30 minutes in that area, so I should have trusted it still. Would it have been major so far on either one of them? No, but it is sticking to my rule of thumb. Now, if it consolidates for like 30 minutes, say you want a 230 bounce. You have an order at 230 and say 233, and it never gets filled, and it's hitting 235 and 235 and 235, and it does it for like 30 minutes. Then I would get a little worried that if it goes to your order, it's going to crack through hard. So I'd cancel them. But if it's 30 minutes or less, you can leave them in. You'll typically still get filled, and you can trust it. As in, you can see here, right here at 1985, working out. I mean, I swear if this gets through 22, I will smack myself silly on the live stream if I do see a move through 22 here. You're a mess, Margot. I was not wanting that fail. I was literally about to... I was like, okay, well, if QTEX can move back... I was going to say was if QTEX can move back to 265, maybe 270, I'm then going to put orders in at 230. But the fact that just did that... I don't think so anymore. A little worrisome. Oh, we are at the top of the hour. Any questions you guys have? So if I'm looking to take a trade, still waiting. I don't really have anything I like. The only thing I did like the most, I got a little worried about, and now, again, would you have been filled? I don't know. It may have barely missed you on that quick wick down. As you can see, most of the support was holding above it. Now, if it does move back up to, say, 23s and even 24 again, and I go, motherfucker, I will put orders in, probably right around 2050 down to 20 for a bounce play on ASTC. And say, hey, you were all over it. It's a little bit above the area that you were calling for, but it's bouncing there. Other than that, the only other trade I would look to take would be if SPRC can fly into a halt up. If it goes into a halt up, I'm going in and looking for a gap up. And maybe this time around a gap and go. And the only other one beside that would be here at ATPC. This 580 to 560 area, if this moves back above the VWAP again to 660-ish, even to 640, I would trust it back at 580 and to 560 mark. And those are really your only plays right now. I mean, I know there's some good movement and percentage gains today, but in market, not so much. Not as much as I was wanting or anticipating and hoping for. TTP, or Microsoft should say TTP, TTP live, typing this in. Microsoft moving up today. All right. Boom, 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 boom. All righty. Oh, man. Good morning, though. Whoa, look, there goes SPRC. Come on now. Oh, give me what I want. Give me what I need. Go for a halt up. Do it. Oh, usually when I hit my vape pen, things go up. That's why I didn't hit my vape pen on the gap on the halt down. Anyway, that didn't work, though. Any questions? We good, J-Web, Aussie, Daza, Big, T-Web, Max, mother, cousin, James, Saline, NQ. All right. Man. Dang it. Man. I want some trades. Let's rest and get to those phases of where I do want to trade. I'm like, motherfucker, I want some good movement. I'm just not. Anyway, it's all good. We'll get him. Like QTTB was one yesterday. You just gotta wait for him. I mean, MNTS was all. I mean, they've all been like 2 hours after the opening bell recently. Well, you know the areas now. I mean, look at that again. You should have traded that this morning. Look at that hit again, the middle area. I would think that more tapping on this middle area might lead to a crack. You can test the middle area again. I really like the bottom. You know, seeing that the bottom got hit yesterday at night. I mean, my areas are fucking, man. I love it. And even Steve, you know, he's like, hey, yesterday on the after hour stream, if y'all watched it, don't mess with AK's levels, okay? When I throw the levels out, it's like I'm raiding in Mortal Kombat, you know? You better watch the fuck out, okay? You better just watch out. So I'd say your main areas really are going to be, I don't know that I go up short at this, I'm just not a big shorter up top, but it may work again at the 3,100 mark, but over 3,100, and if it breaks out, we've talked about this, I would make sure you get a bigger move up because reversals just seem to be a couple hundred points. So maybe take the break of this, you know, if we get above this area, this 3155, because we're going to probably roll and go at that point, you know, and start moving up. But at some point, this is going to be a great bounce at 3,100. That's why I'm bringing it up. 3,100 will be a great bounce at some point. So 3,100 is key. This 20, essentially, there's your 875 roll, 29,875. That just fucking blows my mind. Somewhere in that area, vicinity. And then down here, of course, below at 29,760-ish are your key 3 pivot points for the futures. I wouldn't trade any other level. Honestly. If you want movement, if you want a good trade, you just sit back and wait for those. Gosh, damn it! This is still holding up. This looks like it may I swear, and I called that to the dot. If it does, I'll be getting on the morning alert saying, holla! What did I say, motherfuckers? Fucking shit. Oh, AKTX here. Okay, out of nowhere. What are we doing today, AKTX? Good God. Low volume. Would not touch this play. Spread is absolutely nasty on this Aussie chick. Would stay away from AKTX. I'd stay away from this play. One hundo. It's fun to watch. I'll keep it on the board there. I'll watch it. Well, since Q-Tex is moving a little slower, we'll go AKTX. But woo-whoa, wowsy weezins. Yeah, that spread and that low volume. Girlfriend, you asking for a disaster. You asking for a disaster, girl. You gonna get run over by a freight train. They're gonna say, Grandma got ran over by her reindeer. Oh, well, you're not yet. Not a granddaughter yet. You better tell your daughter, too. I don't think you are, right? You only have the one daughter? You better tell her she better wait like 5-10 more years. You better find her a good man. And not a man that has money. Tell her she needs to be a working lady. Say, I need to make my own money. Because let me tell you something. There's going to be a man out there that says, nope. Oh, man. Hey, I'm just good advice, Daza. Just saying. Ladies in this world, that's why I loved Avery so much. That girl was working at a doggy daycare. And I felt so bad because she had to close down by herself. And there'd be like 30, 40 dogs in this place. And so I'd go help her. Like I'm not going to tell you all the stuff we did the doggy daycare. But we'd smoke and, but I felt so bad for her. Like she was there with all these dogs. She had small dog side. It was so cool. It separated from the large dog side. Anyway, then she worked at Sears for her dad. Her dad owned a store. And and then, this was like not even with a college degree. She just stopped going to college. Went to college for, is AKTX going to halt down here? I think it already did, didn't it? AKTX halted down. AKTX here halted down. About to here? Is it halted? No, it's just crazy spread. But she stopped going to school. Stopped playing soccer, got an injury, and just stopped playing, was just homesick, so she just started working. And then next thing you know, she's freaking working her way up, from Petco to Hollywood Feed. I'll never forget that when Hollywood Feed, she was working at Petco, and then someone came in for Hollywood Feed, and for what I forgot, I don't know what it was. Oh, this damn play. Man, I can't believe how I killed that. But they came in, and I'll never forget that phone call, whatever the conversation, but she had, she'd been offered, like, hey, they're going to open up a new store in North Little Rock, and they want me to manage it. And I'm like, what? You're going to be the store manager of this new up-and-coming franchise? Like, that's fucking... What's crazy at the time, that was her 19th store, and that's it, Hollywood Feed. But, of course, what they're going to pay her, and I'm like, hell yeah. I'm like, and, of course, she was going to take the job. And then, of course, how she rose through Hollywood Feed, and then now they have however many stores, all latte. Yeah, it was cool to see that. I love seeing the woman that wants to, make her own. Like, and that's the one thing about, here's the thing. When we watch Real Housewives. When I watch Real Housewives, and that's a shtick of a show, but it still shows you the landscape of there are women out there that have made their money in millions. But then there are some of on that show that they're the sugar, or they have a sugar daddy. They're a sugar baby, whatever it is. Anyway, and they're just, their husband makes all the money, and they don't do shit. And they just spend lots of it. Hey! Oh, Petey crying. Petey. Oh, what are we dreaming about? The most teary guys. So, we're just trying to put some good... Because, trust me, if I have a daughter, oh boy. Oh, yeah. She's going to be a, outdoorsy dogs, riding horses, working with the chickens, planting stuff, getting their hands dirty, doing that kind of stuff. Not scared to get in the water in the ocean. Not that kind of prissy, Killing it in soccer or tennis or something. Maybe golf. Yeah, I'll teach the good things early on. You just see it too much in this world anymore. That's why I was even scared to have a kid for the longest time. And now I'm like, I want a kid. But, but just to bring it up in the world. And then also, too, what's 50 years going to be like from now? I'll hopefully be doing a Dick Van Dyke and still alive, but just the world we live in now. So, but yes, I would love to have. I mean, a little boy would be awesome. I really would love twins. Have a little boy and a little girl. Oh God! And just because I just want to do it one time. I don't want to do this multiple times. I just want one kid, one time, one birthing. I can't. I mean, I'm sure I'll be cool because it's my own kid, but then even that, or I'm all like, that's gonna be something to see. Just like, woo! Can't imagine. And then, of course, having Avery go through that. So, got to be there by her side. And then that's a whole, 18-month journey from leading into it, the being pregnant, and then afterward, right? And it's like I got to be like the dad. It's gonna be like that's a stretch. That's a stretch of a lot of work. I'm sure any of you guys know being a parent for sure. So, but I want to do it just once. And by the way, I was wondering if we'd have this at the top of the hour, and it came in just now. Finally, I have no idea why, because we had home sales at the top of the hour, and it just now is killing it. But SPY, dun 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 dun. I mean, what a move here! Bam! A little after the top of the hour, just coming in, finally getting that squeeze. But I was wondering at the top of the hour if we'd get the move on home sales, but home sales came in. Huge move. Now, I don't know if that's going to move other tickers. I haven't really looked at large caps today, but that is absolutely a big-o move. We do have the trend line coming into play for SPRC right now. ASTC, the bounce play did work. Nothing too crazy. Again, what we've got in field, don't really know. I want this to move up a little higher before I trust this as a bounce area. It didn't move up high enough for me, and everything's kind of gotten stalemate and flat. If you think about it, besides a good call there, Aussie Chick didn't see this AKTX. We've seen this play before. Go Banana Joe's out of nowhere. Very low volume. Definitely in play at this point to watch at least. But nothing really is doing anything. At least what we were looking at earlier. You know, the really low float plays, which we have a lot on the board, just kind of got lackluster. I was really hoping right here we're going to get it from SPRC, seeing the gap up coming. No, not getting it. So just sitting back and waiting. Of course, I have the Trade the Pool link out there. Go over to it. You know, I'm looking nonstop of what to trade over there. So, yeah, SPY, huge move right there. SPY, huge move. Yeehaw. Yeah, right. SPY here, I think on the way up, if you're looking, you know, I don't know if you would want to trade this necessarily. Merlin, you can go lay down, brother. You ain't coming up in her. Yeah, 752. So watch for that 752 dip buy coming on up. 752 dip buy area into 751, you know, a little bit lower 50 area. And then I bet that means NQ probably just saw a skyrocket too as well. Gee golly, yeah, there goes your breakout. Saline. I would want this to go a little higher, saline, up into the, you know, the 3200s plus. And then I'm telling you, I just don't see how this doesn't become a good bounce play at 3100. Codex is moving. Let's take a look at that. Codex, former runner. That's all we're looking at is former runners. Yeah. It's got a huge move up, and that 11 was perfect there like just 5 minutes ago, and it got that crazy move up. That was the old resistance, new support there coming into play right at 11. Man, I don't like days like today. Always on the wrong ticker, essentially. You know, you're waiting for one of your tickers to do something, and just your tickers don't end up doing it. Did we get the halt strategy bounce? Almost got the halt strategy bounce there. What was the low there? Low was 2109. The high there was 2080, essentially. So about 30 cents off there, but pretty close. Yeah, and ATPC's not doing shit. I mean, I am relatively surprised at that play. I thought by now maybe it might start doing something. We'll watch it for later in the day if it does. CODX is moving. I'll move ATPC over here. NCT selling off. I doubt we see any more from that for the rest of the day. That one had a great move in pre-market from around 275 into 8, was the #1 top gainer. When I first got into the chat today and into the Discord, had a meeting this morning with Trade the Pool at 8 a.m. So I was in here earlier than usual as of lately, just because we don't really get too many great pre-market trades until right before the opening bell, and then we start getting those spikes. That's the thing. A lot of the plays are just so early on. Right at 3 in the 3 my time, 4 a.m. Eastern, you just get this crazy squeeze right out of nowhere. Anyway. Lost on the break. Oh, lost on the break. You try to go short or long? You try to go short or long? If you went long, how'd you lose? And if you shorted it, holy banana joes. I can see why. Long on break. Oh, yeah, we have to go over that. I don't know how you lost on that one. Because I just would have got in anything over that, but moved so fast, got stopped out. Yeah, you can't put stops in on... That's what I'm telling you. Putting stops in on futures is about, like... Putting a stop in on a one, like if I could find a 1 cent ticker, I'd have to go find a 1 cent ticker. Let me go see if I can do this real quickly, and then you get the gist of why you would never do this. Screener, let's do first price at, let's go to price under $1. Let's go to like, really? Let's go to like, yeah, here we go. Sopa the Ropa! Has no volume today, really? Sopa's not even around anymore. That would probably fucking why. Okay, well. Let's go to a play that's like no volume. What's this play? Devs. I've seen a lot of these in the past. God. This would be like if you went long on this and try to set a stop on it. You're gonna probably get stopped out right away. You know, like there's a huge spread on it from 1150 to like 0.115 to the 0.9 whatever. And so it's just like there'd be no point to put a stop on this. Here's another one. Let's go to pass W. Pass W. It's like if you try to put a stop on this, you're just going to get stopped out probably right away. You know, some of these are Jeepus Creepus. I can't believe all these stocks we've looked at in the past here. Jeepus has a good volume today. That's 22 million. Lyman, though, we've seen this one in the past. The same kind of thing, even like right here. Okay, I'm going to go long, but then you put a stop in on it. You know, there's just like, it's the opposite of what you're seeing, which is huge movement. Same thing with small movement. If you have such small movement, putting a stop on it it's almost, there's no point. Same thing with such huge movement. If you put a stop on it, yeah, there's a huge spread. It's going to hit it so quickly. There's almost no reason. There's just no reason, in my opinion. No reason to put those on. Ouch, third red trade sitting on my hands. You're good, bro. Yeah, I just took the one experiment. Oh my God, how can I say this word? Oh my God. Experimental. That's how you say it. My experimental trade. Good God almighty. Having a brain fart. Anyway, it didn't work out, but I didn't lose a lot. So that's why I can recover from that trade if and when, you know, I find a setup too. And then if I don't find that setup, well then poo-poo caca, it's all good. I didn't lose much today. All right, going over to TTP. I love you guys. I will see you guys back here. Of course, we got me and the J&J show. We got the call-in show after that. Good stuff today. I hope you guys can sit back and relax and wait for a trade. I would say, let's go to a 1 minute time frame here to CODX. I would say the next bounce play for CODX, the better one, is going to be back down here in the cemetery right around 1030. Right around the 1030-ish mark. That would be the best as of right now. All right, heading over to TTP. See you guys back in just a bit. All right, now I'm back here. Anyone still around? All right, so CODX got caught, so to speak. And then we got ASPC. Was it AS? What was it? AT? What is AT? ATPC. ATPC ramping back up. And this is what I remember. I called this out early in the day. ATPC, here she comes. Not done yet. I'm going to take a quick break off the mic. I'll put some jams on for you guys. For now, been yapping it up for the last few hours. Whew. Get a little long-winded there. As much as I love to talk, and you guys know I just love to talk. Get to a point where I'm like, okay. Whew. Take a little breather. Aussie chick, oi, oi, oi. Cousin Grace, what up, boss? Kyle Lopez. There, good job. Good. Yeah, I'm actually wanting to get on ATPC here. That did just have a nice quick pullback down to 740. Thought about actually just entering in on that. Like, I bet this 730-40 area is going to hold up when it came down into this right here. It did. I want the blow up. I want this to go through 830 and start to go halting crazy business. I'm going to take a quick break off the mic. I need to let a couple of dogs out right here, and it's making that move up to 8 right now. Oh, boy, busy boy. Here she goes. All right, so we are moving here, so we're going to move some stocks around. We're going to go ATPC here. We're going to go SPRC down here. Told you, SPRC, too many legs. Too many legs. Going to the morning alerts here real quickly, team. Called it. What did I say about ATPC? Said watch for a move at lunch, not during the day. And what did I say about SPRC? Also called it. Too many legs up. 1, 2, 3 legs in pre-market. Just too much chop and then nothing at the opening bell and onward. Again, too much movement in pre-market. When you make 3 legs up, like SPRC did, it's not going to do anything at the opening bell and onward usually. Plays like ATPC that lull out and come down, have that chance to get back up. Sweet. Good job, Cosmic Rays. Yeah, I got a little profit in on the day. Not much. I'll take it. I will take it. I forgot I'm still in my swing account. I pulled up my swing account, and I'm still in Ruby. Do y'all remember Ruby? I'm in on this at 280. Look where Ruby's at right now. So remember, I got on Ruby with this Ruby in the sky with diamonds. I got in this one day at like 280 as it was coming on down. I got in right around right here at 280, and I'm still in. And I kind of forgot I was in this place still because it's in my swing account. And look how low it's gotten. So I'm up like 30 or 40 bucks on it for the day, which is pretty cool. Oh, and what about the SPY Aussie chick, which I know you asked about it earlier, and I don't know if you're going to trade it and you're talking about it. You need to go over to J Trade's lobby. I saw he was live. You need to go over to his lobby and say, yeah, Josh got off the 752 bounce play today. Bam! Bam! Nailed it. All right, having a little bit of pullback there. I pulled that up during the call-in show. Or was it the J&J? It was one of the shows that that a name. And I pulled it up and I was like, oh fuck, I forgot about Ruby. Because the first thing it pulled up was the market depth scalper, the stuff that I look at. And I was like, I'm still in, what's this? Oh yeah, Ruby, that's right, I remember this now. Well, that's awesome. It's not like I'm up a lot. I'm waiting for this to go Banana Joe's. It is failing at that 830 mark essentially. If this goes for a halt up, I'd go in like 100 shares for the first to see if we get a huge gap up. So I'm going to take a break. We are having a pullback now, so that's fine. ATPC here having that bit of a move now. You can see everything else is kind of lulled out for the day that we're looking at. ATPC really took it. ASTC still around. It's not dead yet. I've got it on watch over here. AKTX definitely died off. It still popped around one last time into this 29 mark, but it's starting to die off. It's on watch. What I will do, though, is put SPY over here just to have some large cap ticker. We'll keep Mask. SPRC on watch. I've got AKTX now on watch over here. I thought I did. And so we're just waiting and watching. Just waiting and watching to see if we get some lunch here. Ingrid, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, you know. You know you're in with the best charter of all time. Well, I say of all time. I'm just goofily saying that. I'd say as quick as it's gotten. Like, you know, how fast I became such a good charter, I think is I made, you know, one of those, like, he's one of the fastest, best charters of all time. I don't know. But I love that when, like, Joe comes over on the call-in or the whatever on Trade the Pool and says, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how he, you know, and get that good where he can just call out levels that fast. I just see the chart. I mean, again, it's like Neo in the Matrix. That's why I'm so glad I stumbled across stock trading. All right, so we're still going to try to hold the 735, 740 area as of now. It is the dip buy for sure area if you're looking to take a trade. Otherwise, come down around the 670 mark into 650. That'd be the next area for a dip buy. But I know if I can do it, any of you guys can do it. Now, yeah, I'd love to say, hey, I'm Michael Jordan. Listen, you know, down the line, like Michael wouldn't have said it back in the day, but now he does. You know, for the most part, like when he compares himself to others, like, listen, I would kill you, bro. There we go. Quick chart McGraw. Or quick chart McDraw, if I can't even talk. Yeah. Chart it on up. All right, I'm going to take a break. Take a breakiola. A breakacita. Any questions you guys have? I think we're good. Cosmic. Green. We're green, right? Aussie, I bet you're green for the day. Cosmic Rays, I know you're green for the day. I'm going to put these jams on. Take a break. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Here she comes. Here she comes. Hell yeah. All right. She came down pretty quickly there. I didn't get a good entry, though. I did not get a good entry, though. I was hoping I would have come down a little bit more there. I just went in just to see if she would actually bounce at this area. Just small share size here at this huge pullback that we got into support. I was hoping for a better entry there. I just market ordered in at 679. So 679 is my entry price. 679 is my entry price. I got to let my dogs out because some of these dogs in here actually haven't been outside today. I'll be right back 1 second. was not expecting this move here. Aussie Chick, you're probably 11 life right now in this play. We'll turn the hat on around and get a little serious here right now just to end this play out. But whoa, what a move here from ASTC out of nowhere. And I jumped in, as you can see here, right when this play was halting up, because I anticipated, since we're into this, we're going to get a gap up and go straight to 25, 26 minimum. Well, I was about to sell, and I did sell some shares there. We're about to go live here, possibly at 46 seconds. Oh no, we're going to a 10-minute halt. Going to a 10-minute halt. Yeah, this could see a good size gap up. Going into a 10-minute halt here. Going into a 10-minute halt here. And I did sell some shares right as it was halting up, just not knowing if this is going to be higher day or not. And then I was like, well, the explosion we just had and how fast that moved, because I didn't hardly have any time to sell. Like, as soon as it went live, it immediately just shot up, which is absolutely fucking sweet. Sweet sauce. Showing 27.55 now. I would imagine we get at least about $1 gap up here. It might be a little bit bigger. It keeps showing 27.80s, 28 area. So I'd imagine 27.50 to 28 we get a gap up. And then I would definitely sell some shares for sure. You know, I'm going to be selling most of my shares and then keeping like 100 right now to scale out, because I'm still in 650. I have 3. We'll do 350. We'll do 350. If I can type in 350 right. That'll take me down to 300 shares. Then I can scale out, then I can maneuver from there. Oh, yeah. Aussie, what's your entry price, Aussie Chick? What's yours? I don't know if anyone else is still around, but this is absolutely fun right here. What a fun day. Whew. Oh man, you sat in that forever, didn't you? You sat through some drawdown, honey boo boo pants. Oh man, oh my oh. Whew. Whew. How many shares were you in though? Probably like 100 shares or something, so not major. That wouldn't be too bad of a loss. Like, when you were down in the negative, you're only down, $300 or so. You about to make up for that in some? Yeah, 100. Yeah. You about to? I mean, damn, this thing is going to open up. Like I said, there's no way this doesn't hit 28.75 or 30 in my opinion. And the positions that we're in at, I'm in at 24. You're in even lower. There's no way we need to hold shares is my point. We definitely need to hold some shares. It's like, I'm so used to looking to the left and watching my charts. Okay, so I'm going to go to ASTC. See how this opens here. Wow. All right, so we're still showing 27.5s. Looking like 27.5s or somewhere in there is going to be open price. Time would be 47.46, coming up on a minute. What's up, Crow? How we doing, brother? See if we go live here. Let's see if we go live here. See if we go live here. Coming up soon. Big gap up incoming. Big gap up incoming. See a 28.75 into the 30 touch here. As soon as this goes live, I want to sell right. Oh. Oh, we're still live. We're still live. We're still live. Going to another halt up. Going into another halt up. Going into another halt up here. Oh, no. Still live. Still live. Still live. Still live here. Still live here. Moving back on down. Moving back on down. Let's see if this pops back up here. I'm going to sell some shares here into this area. 28.75 is going to be tough. Let's see if we can get a pop back up through it. We're having some issues in this area. It's okay. I'm still sitting pretty at 24. I have hit high of day. I have hit high of day area. I'm going to start maneuvering out of this because it's looking like it's a little... Okay, we're going to stay into this 150. We're still good with 150 here. Oh, here we go. Halting down. All right, going into a halt down now. I'm going to keep 50 shares for the entry price of 24 to see if we bounce off my entry price and go back on up. Sounds good to me. I could have taken it all up top there. I'm trying to scale out as best I could. Let's go to my filled orders here for the day. Best exit was 30.80. I hit 30.80. I stabbed it. I stabbed 30.80 up top. Whew, what a day this one is right here. We're banging today. We're banging it out today. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Let's go. What a day. Yes, 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 yes. What a day. What's up, Crow, though? How we doing? Yeah, I had to turn this one on to public after I got into this trade. That was a banger right there. You know, probably could have taken all of it up top. You know, imagine if you took all of it up, you know, at that 30.80 mark. I was thinking we're about to halt up. I wish I would have plugged away maybe about 100, maybe 100 more shares up there at least, in my opinion. Would have been, I should have, and left a little bit less amount for the runner. It just looked like I was about to halt up again. I mean, y'all saw my reaction. I really thought we were about to halt up again. I was like, this is about to go nuts. I have to leave a runner here. So I was trying to leave out how many? Probably about 300 shares or 200 shares. What was it? 50, 100, 150, 200. So 250. That makes about sense. So yeah, so leaving about 250 for an extra chunk. That's still a mover right there. Ingrid, yeah, what a move today, huh? Aussie chick, thank you for putting that back on the radar there. SPY hitting new high of day. So SPY hitting new high of day. We will come live with this is a 5-minute resumption at 04:05. I do have some errands and things to do after this afternoon, so I'll probably be leaving the house in about an hour from now. So this was perfect timing, but I've been waiting for this all fucking day. Crow, if you're just listening now, Aussie chick, you know I talked about it. I had been waiting, and I had been waiting, and I had been waiting for the halt gaps move up. You know, something like this, and everyone that it had moved without me, and I wasn't getting into the breakout plays. And finally, I get some of this. What is this? A 10.5 point, we'll call it 11-point move, essentially. Woo. I mean, that's some movement. I mean, that is some body movement. I mean, what, 70, 50, 70% move just like that? Yowza. Aussie loving life. What was your best exit, Aussie chick? What was your best exit? What was your best exit? What was your best exit on the day? Crow, did you get any of that? Anybody else still around get any of that juice right there? That's some sauce. That's some of that sauce. All right. 4 trades. Well, there you go. Good job. 4 trades, green alt. There you go. 875. Hey, there's 875 rule. Good job. Boom, 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 boom. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Let's see. It's showing 25.15 as a resumption price. 49.05 was the resumption or the halt down time. So that means 54.05 will be the resumption time. Again, 54.05. Resumption price shows 25.15 or so. And they were all over that. In the end, it did open up right at 28. And then it was another banger move up and almost into a 4th halt. I mean, it was another 4. It was a 4th halt. It was just down. But this was so close to being a halt up. Oh, that was so close. Oh, my mouth would have been dropped. Would have been dropped. All right, I got 25 on the trigger to sell if we do go live here and we drop even faster. So I got 25 on the trigger to sell if we do. So I'm in 50, so I can scale out twice if I need to real quickly. Here we go, coming live, coming live, coming live, coming live. I'm going to take some profit right there as I'm still in the green. Let's see if this goes back on up, and if so, I'll start to scale back on out. I don't know that this is going to hold up, though. I do just want to take some profit while green is green. If we can get back above the halt up right here, like 26.50 is going to be tough. What am I still in? 5. All right, I'm going to take some 26 sells. There's a 26 sell on the dot. I'll take it. I'm doing 5 at a time now. I've got 20 shares left. Come on. It's going to have some trouble. I told you right there at that spot. It's going to have some trouble there. Come on. I'll take another high exit right there, 26.35. Here we go. Here we go. Big spread, big spread, big spread right now. See if I can get back up in the 26.60s there. I had a chance to get out at a better exit. We might, if we can push through that wick right there. I don't know if we're going to be able to now. I don't know if we're going to be able to now. This may curl back on down. I'm still in, what, 15 shares? Okay, I can trigger this. I can trigger 3 times fast. And if I go 1 too many, going long 5 shares ain't going to kill me. Come on, give me some love. Give me some love. I said, motherfucker, give me some love. 4 trade. Anyway, anything you guys want to go over, let me know. I'm here for the time being. Look at the trend line. The trend line ended up bouncing on ATPC. That's the last trade I took before this. Anyone that's just joining my live stream was ATPC. I tried to take a bounce play, and I'll go over that in just a minute. If we crack back below 25 here, I'm gonna look to get. I'll keep the 15. I'll keep the 15 until for my entry. So last trade here, this huge reversal back on down. I thought we'd bounce off this 650, 670 here, and I market ordered in, which is stupid by me, and I had like a 670. Was it 679? It was a bad entry. Should have put. I wasn't expecting it. Just kind of happened out of nowhere in this huge candle on down right there. Oh, I gotta get in. Gotta get in. And I thought it was gonna be right for me. I was like, oh, I'm about to be right. I'm gonna kill this bounce play. And nope. Came right back on down. Stopped me out. 6.5 was my stop loss, and I lost. But then I thought about getting into this 590, 580 area. And then I drew that trend line in and did not work. Or I said did not get in. I should say, but it did work out. This one did work out. Oh, there we go. Right down to my entry price. So right down to my entry price. And I'm going to go into 15 shares now in case we crack below 24. See if 24 holds. 24 is the stop loss for me. Entry price is the stop loss here. Here's the next price is. I'm going to get some more water. Good move there. Good move for the long. And it's short if you caught the 30 reversal. You gotta imagine how many traders try to short here on the halt up at 24 when it went live and jumped into 25 and 26 into this candle. There are so many shorters that got farked in this trade. Now, hopefully they held this long and now they're finally green again, but not a really good clean. You know, it's not, oh, wow, look what I did. I was down 6, 5, 6, 4, whatever, however many points. Lots of money to just barely get back in the green. That's not good trade. Not a good trade. Come on. Push. Push. Off the 24. I'm only in 15 shares. It's not a lot of skin in the game anymore, but I'm just managing. This helps me manage other trades, so to speak. Well, the kitty cat wants to come in to play, huh? Ah, sorry. All right, come on here. It's happening soon. Although this could channel out. We'll see if this channels out. I still have 15 here on the market depth to scale out. I really thought AKTX might do something again today, but it didn't. It's really died out. SPRC is really dying out. SPY matriculating new high of day still slowly but surely. Ooh, NVDA. Ooh, Steve's play is paying out. Steve's play is paying out. I really think this play does. I mean, it could channel up and try to consolidate into 24 to 26, possibly. Crack at this 24 mark, I will definitely be out. If I see 23s, I'm out. If I see anything in the 23s, I'll be out. Got my finger on the sell trigger. Well, my stop loss looking good. Good. It's so funny, I just never realized how I've left these lines on. This trend line from earlier. Oh, you can throw that out the window now. I think the trend line may have, yeah, so. Come on, I don't think we're going to get it, though. It looks like we're going to crack through 24 anytime now. It's all right, though. I mean, we got the profit. We got some move on it. I mean, definitely Aussie chick did. I got 6 points out of it. Almost 7. Oh, there we go. Oh, come on. Come on, push through. Get back up in the 26s. So I'm glad I sold that 26.35, so I know at least I got the 26s here. Oh, here we go. Boy, man, imagine adding back in a few hundred shares there at 24. Beautiful. Oh, Lulu wants to come hang out. This upper VWAP band could come into play too as well. I'm just going to hold and say I'm not going to sell any more shares until I see over 28, and I'll scale out some, and then maybe I'll do like 5 at 28, 5 at 30, and then I'll save 5 in case we go to new high of day, something like that. Stop loss for the 15 shares remaining. Boy, NVIDIA got the squeeze there, so Steve, you achieved there, got some good movement. Lulu, I didn't want to get hairs on me there, baby. But yeah, that upper VWAP band, I have a feeling it's going to come into play and not going to... I mean, it's like, hey, it's almost if I did add in 100%, or if I did just take the trade for the first time here, I'd be all out. I'd be all out but this. I'd be all out but every... Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like, I'd be pretty much all out. And say, whoo, there goes a $2 to move. There's a quick 2-point move. Take it. Take it. So NVA, good move here. Let's go through some more large caps, see if I missed anything. AMD still just kind of been channeling out. Made that great move up today to 527. Just couldn't make anything else afterward. AMD is, or ARM as well, I should say, up and then kind of sideways. AMD's getting a little bit more of a pullback right now. How are we looking across the board here? How's B today? B, nice, good W shape. Let's go to MU. How are we looking there? Nah. Let's go to PLTR. Still, oh, PLTR finally. Wow, what a day for PLTR. It's so funny I think about that. And then it has one of its biggest days in the daily and go to the range. The range today is 945, and it looks like it wants for more. So essentially $10. The last time it had a range this big, close on May the 5th, Cinco de Mayo, but the last time truly was on April the 23rd. It had a $10.35 range. And just before that, it's had some range before that, and especially back in January. And that's when a lot of traders were loving that, in my opinion, where January, big range, even a little bit before that and later the year, December. It's really slowed down and gotten pretty darn choppy. Yeah, Aussie's like, yes, keep going up, go up. It's hitting a forever line I have in at 142.50. I have a line in, well, the line's at 142.35. Why not activate it? I don't want to activate it. I put that line in on August the 1st. August the 1st. That was right before the AKNR in Dallas, Aussie chick. Or was it at the AKNR in Dallas? It was right around there. Because, man, wow. The forever line on PLTR hit it like right on the dot. I'll pull this up over here for you guys so you can see it. So you know I'm not lying and how good my lines are. And these are just... Now, this one's not working out too great, so when they don't come into the future and don't work as well as they did in the past. But this one, I mean... Hey, Jerry. Good move up from PLTR, though, for the day. That's a barn burner. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Come on, give me a little bit higher in the 27s and I'll sell 5 shares. There it is. Oh, no, come on. One more. Come on, give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit higher. Come on, give me 28s. Come on, a little bit higher. A little bit higher. Come on. Come on. Surge. Come on. Come on, Sergio. Come on, Sergio. Come on, Sergio Garcia. Come on, Sergio Garcia. Come on, Sergio. Oh, Sergio. It is Sergio. It is Sergio. Look at these there. There we go. I still have my... There you go. Good job. Good job. You can see all my... Well, most of my exits. Most of my exits. I wanted 20. I'm only in 15 more shares now, 10. And I was only, saying I'm going to scale out at 28 again. I'll do 5 more at 30 if we see the 30s. And then I'll save 5 for new high of day run. Man, I need new water. And the stop loss worked out yet again. Fire stop loss at 24. Good stuff there. Good work. Patience right there, team. Getting out most shares. I know I wish traders that, do one-on-ones with can see this and how you can just sit back and hold some shares and just scale out. It's not a lot, no, but that's why you get rid of your majority of your shares and then, okay, find some new target areas. I know you're like, wow, how did Josh know 28? I've been doing this forever. Just where this candle opened up at, the gap up from the halt up. A lot of traders stuck there that didn't get out. It's just me doing this for so long, and so yeah, just me doing this forever. But yeah, that's just one of those things you got to know, and then you start programming in the brain. Some music. Good work. Thank you, sir. Fear. What's this? Fear my tech. I'll fear your tech, brother. I feel your tech. Like a reverend in the South. I feel it. The song gets you going though. It's like this kind of like jam, like this like mode. PLTR looks like it wants to squeeze and go for more here. I mean, looks like this wants to pop out. If it does, next leg up for it. Do I have any more lines in? Not till the 50, so we have to go back on the chart here. We'll go to the 4 hour. Do I see anything here? Well, yeah, we're all about right here. 143.80. 143.50 makes sense, and then 143.80. So this could go for another whole dollar spike or Renato. Well, thank you as well. Fear, my tech. Good trade. We at least 3 of us right here. Oi, 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 Aussie chick, she got some of it. Fear, you got some, I got some, and it was thanks to her. She said, you scroll back on up. ATVC, whatever, my alert. It was my last alert talking about my small bounce play I wanted to get literally right after I took a loss here. I took a loss, and I talked about it because I already took it, and I came back in to let everybody know it came down finally right. Said, hey, I took the loss, is what it is. Wanted to get a bounce play, didn't work out. And I mean, a minute later, that's 24 after my time. Then at 25 after my time, Aussie says, yes, ASTC been in this since 9:30, red to green in a flash. And so I pull it up, and I'm like, whoa. And this was right here where ASTC was halted up here. And I was like, it was showing a bigger gap up. It didn't get much of a gap up. So when it raced up into this resistance area from pre-market, right through here, and halted up at it, I'm like, well, it's going to get a gap up and go. It's going to get what it got last time, about a 50-cent gap up. And it was showing a gap up, but then it didn't get a gap up. But it didn't, I mean, it was an instant burst, right? So yeah, I'd missed everything. I was late to the party. But as long as I can get in the second halt up, I'm usually guaranteed a third halt up. And we almost got a fourth. I mean, this was mere seconds away from getting a fourth halt up. Now, does it run much from there? Obviously, the sell-off, too much came in. I think we would have had some little small spike, and maybe I could have gotten a better exit. But hey, to top ticket, because it was right when it's halting up, and that's how I trade. So as soon as it's halting up, I take profit, right? You can see my 26.43 because I was taking profit as it was halting up here. And as soon as it goes live, I'm like, it shot up so fast again, and it was going up. I didn't have time to take profit anywhere else, which was, I'm so glad I didn't pull the trigger, but it happened so fast. And then I got 400 shares at high of day on the dot, and because I don't know what the high is going to be, so every time it's about to halt up, I am taking profit, for sure. And then manage it from there. It's crazy. Thank you though, Aussie chick. It was thanks to her. Oi, oi, oi. For my check. Wow. Oh yeah, for sure. Right. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, I'm like, what? Because I got out of a losing trade. This. I'm like, after this huge sell-off, I'm like, there's no way. All this resistance in this area doesn't become a good demand area. There's so much reversal action there. I figured I'm getting the reverse back up off of it. And usually you can get it. And it was small. And I didn't take any profit and had a profit talking in my Avery talking to my dogs just right at 7, and it didn't give it to me just for first round. In the second round, and it was friendly, but yeah, I was like, well, give me 7, I'll take some, and then it did and stop me out, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you get 7 points here at a ASTC. It's craziness. I was in mask earlier, pulled out my highest back. Now, yeah, that's all. Yeah, mask was great. I missed mask. I mean, I literally missed that squeeze twice. I was on the live stream with Trade the Pool. That didn't help, but I missed both of them. I wanted to pull back the first time around earlier in the day. I'll pull this chart up real quickly before PLTR takes off and watch it take off. Gimme 30. I wanted this to pull back to this shelf, so I thought early on we'd pull back. We hit the 3s. Thought she'd sweep back down and give us a touch sub 3, and she never did. She hit pretty much right at 3-ish or so, and then took off for more. And then never just gave me pullbacks. And I'm always a pullback trader until I feel the the escalation really get heavy. And we just never got that today from it. But there were 2 great squeezes. 4 was a great bounce. But oh, that's right, I got some out of it. I did. I traded this on the live stream in this area. I did trade this today. So if I scroll back here, you can see I got some. There's mask. So there's some mask profit. Not much, but I did get some mask profit today. Anywho. Yeah, the banger right here, obviously being ASTC. But mask was solid. I'm still watching it out to the right here. I want to watch PLTR, but that was good. I just missed it. Most of it, I forgot, like I said, got the halt strategy here. Got in right here. I felt the momentum here. You can see the heavy pour volume higher than earlier. Usually, typically, like this right here, when you get it, you're going to get a pretty good sized move and maybe continuation. And this is why I thought, because this was bigger than this. This wasn't even bigger than this. I'd say it's equal to. The volume in this stretch is probably the same almost through there. This is just, you can tell, way more green. And so when this came through, and this bigger and being bigger green than here, I'm like, oh, it's going to go. This is going to fly through 5. Well, I got what I wanted was 5, but I thought we'd get this. And of course, it comes down, forms a flag, should have held, didn't, like I do here. And so usually I'm doing better at holding here, and taking profit. And as long as my entry price somewhere near it, I'll hold as like here. My entry price, as you can see, is 24.05, so that's my stop. Yeah, so it was good. We got some good. It was good moves today. Great. I should say great today. And then you get the PDT for people that don't have Trade the Pool, which I just use them. I have Thinkorswim too, but for people that want that and have seen that for the longest time, going, oh, PDT. They're chomping at the bit. They can't wait for maybe more of this action and or be able to buy more shares or whatever it is. So we'll see if that adds into the fire, if we fuel it up a little bit into next week. I hope it does. and the bounce play. And this is what's so funny. Now I'm green in this trade right now. I'm back. Here's my 7. We probably maybe touched it. I don't know if it hit it. What did it hit there? The high. Let me get on the candle there. The high of that candle, 7 on the dot. I don't know if it would have triggered it. I don't know. I doubt the bid would have hit. Anywho, son of a gun. And I never trade trend lines, really. It was just a trend line bounce from pre-market low area, right? And then you get the bounce here. And so I put the trend line in. After it's coming down, somewhere in here, I put the trend line in. And I'm like, well, there is that. And I was like, and that's when I was like, F it. Obviously, I'm over here on this now, on this play. You know, this is great. This would have been a banger. You know, this is a good play. It's $1 worth now. That's a point. I'd call a point at least an art. You know, say a double where you send in an art. You know, you got to run in though. So it's like a home run, but not a home run. It's like an RBI double. This is a home run. This is a home run right here. That's like a 3-run home run. You know, this is we got someone on first and second, and you just walk it out the park, and then all right, there's 3 runs in. Yeah. Boom. And this going for more, which that's why I made. If you go back and watch the live stream, or I'll pull this up. This has got to be funny. I even want to see myself here. My reaction when I thought this was about to halt up. I want to show this off. This is going to be great. Let's pull this up here real quickly. All right, we're going to go back here. What about... I'm on the mic after it goes live. Right here. Here we go. Look at me. Look at me. Here we go. I'm hitting it right on the dot now. Look at me. Look. Look. I'm thinking it's about to halt up again. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's not. Okay, it's not. Okay, it's not. Okay, it's not. I literally thought we're about to halt up there again. I mean, look how fast. Okay, let's go back to it. Let's see how fast this happens. Watch it in real time now. I mean, how instantaneous is that? I'm like, we're going for a 4th. Okay, we're still on. Okay, all right. I gotta save that now. I've got all these this list of tickers to show off here. Here's this one. This is a great one. Let's just show this one off right here. Let's show this off. This is absolute. This is madness right here. This is one of the biggest plays I've ever been in. I was in at 1767. Yeah, 1768. Look at this play. It's TCGO from back in January. This play was T12 or no, it's H11. H11, not T. Essentially the same thing. And let's go. Just listen to this and watch our reaction here. And I call it out. I say TTP needs to clip this. So listen. Hold on. The closest is. We'll figure that out once it actually happens here. And you got all the time in the world. There's no cutoff time. The cutoff time is when we finally see this thing open up live, which we have no idea when that's going to be. Oh, yeah, this is how memories are made. Yeah, I'll never forget this smoke tuna for sure. And I'll have to make a post on this. Hopefully you too trade the pool. Joe, anyone else out there that does all that in the background, Carlo, all you guys. Come on. We got to snip this up to a trade. Watch Trade the Pool, small cap analysts, bank freak out, and whatever. And go bananas as... TGLC. You would think I wrote this. Listen, 3, 2. Go TCGL, whatever.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I can feel this now. We can feel something there. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! What? What?
It's at 114. 114. Okay. Look at this. Look at my, you can see the price here where I sold some. I don't see if you can see my exits there. 114. There's 52. That's 29. 114. I mean, just, and is that not nuts though? I don't know if you're still watching. That was, fear. Okay, yeah. That was crazy, right? Yeah, that, because I don't know if you've ever seen that before. It's just nuts how I'm literally talking about it and say, hey, you need to clip this out and whatever. And go bananas as... TGLC, go TCGL, whatever.
Oh my God!
I mean, you right, bro? And this is on a live stream. This is on TTP. This is TTP's channel. This is on TTP. This isn't my channel. This is on TTP where there are lots of people, right? This is, I need to clip this. You can see all the people in the lobby. I mean, this isn't like scripted. This was live. Like this. Like this. But yeah, I mean, this was on TTP's live stream, which I'm live with him on every day now, Monday through Friday. But this was on a Thursday, or may have been a Tuesday, but I'm not mistaken. And yeah, me and Kevin were just going live. This is actually all the way, it was a Thursday because it was the call-in show. So if we rewind this, see, we were actually in a call-in show where we take people's calls, yada, yada, yada. And yeah, is that not nuts that I literally was just like, hey, yeah, you guys should clip this. Isn't this crazy? Yeah, and you can see that this is like active chat, right? People that were in chat watching it live. And we gave a giveaway. What do you think this opens up at? And the highest I think someone gave was around like 88, 89. And I think he even was one of the first ones, if I'm not mistaken, down here. Let's see what his name
Score
is.
2, I got Wary saying 60. Got Hermes saying 68.25. All right, I'll throw him in there. Well, whatever the closest is, we'll figure that out once it actually happens here. And you got all the time in the world. There's no cutoff time. The cutoff time is when we finally see this thing open up live, which we have no idea when that's going to be. Oh, yeah, this is how memories are made. Yeah, I'll never forget this smoke tuna for sure. And I'll have to make...
This needs to start with that song, This Is How Memories... Or no, this is how memories are made? Is that what that guy says? Anyway.
A post on this. Hopefully you too trade the pool. Joe, anyone else out there that does all that in the background, Carlo, all you guys, come on. We got to snip this up to a trade. Watch Trade the Pool, small cap analysts, bank freak out, and whatever. And Go Bananas has... You know, TGLC, go TCGL, whatever.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm not gonna film this girl. We gotta throw some there. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! What? What? Oh my! Green Machine. I don't know why it's not showing it on this right here, but Green Machine. Green Machine was one of the ones, and see, he's like everyone's freaking out. Look at all the people's comments; they start freaking out here. Oh, because it's Zen Torga, whatever. But Green Machine was the one that, anyway, he was the one that said he was one of the highest guesses. Most people, you can see, most were not. They weren't going that high. You can see how where most of the guesses were from traders when we go up. Right, they're all over the place, but nothing was in the hundreds.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! This is the biggest move ever! I've got my biggest move!
I mean, it was nuts. It was absolutely bonkers to be able to have that, especially on the live stream. And everyone on the live stream now remembers that. And so that's like the most infamous trade, right? One of the, at least ever. I mean, if they had like, that's what I said, if they had like a end of year live stream, stock trading live stream award show, I would be in the running. All right, coming up next here, we have craziest live stream or craziest live trade of the year, right? That would have to definitely be up there. I'd love to see others and see how crazy their moves were, but for a small cap, to get 100 points, move, that's crazy. I forgot what the percentage gain was from my entry to exit. My highest exit was, it went live and I got out around like 120. High of day in market. Go back and look. High of day for TCGL that day. Well, we can go look here. Here we go. Give me fucking 30, motherfucker. We'll go look here real quickly. We'll go to mask and go to TCGL. You can see there's no chart. Why? Because it's H11. You got to go back on, I think, 5-minute time frame. They'll let me here. If I'm not mistaken, I have to go back like 90 days. Right, I can do that. Yeah. So look at it. Look at this, bro. Check this. I mean, the move, and that's for real. The move and that happened. So my move in market, and then look what it does after hours, right? So yeah, I mean, you got to think about a play that. Look at this. It goes from 12. I think it started at 10. Yeah, eights. It was in the eights that day. It opened in the eights. I catch it at 7. I catch it like right here-ish, right around whatever. 8. Well, that's close enough. I catch it there. And then you can see it. So this is the gap up that here. I'll just zoom in. This is the gap up we're all freaking out about because we just go from here to here. This was an hour-long halt. Look, see, we go from 10 to 11, and then 11 to noon. It was actually noon. We go past, and then we went long that day because I was still in the trade. That's what I thought. We went for usually our call-in show stops at noon my time, which is 1 Eastern, which has just happened. Just an hour plus ago. And I just jumped back on my live stream because of this. It's just kind of similar, right? And so we went long that day and longer than we should have because of this trade because it was halted for so long. And so we went, that's why we're kind of doing a guessing game. Like, all right, it just went from 29 to 48 and then halted up here. Where are we going to open up at? And most were saying in this area, right? Kind of through here. Some were saying here. And then we got like a couple up here. And to open all the way at what did it open up at? Yeah, 1-4. No, it opened at 104. Opened at 104. Opened at 104 was the open, of course, then went to 114. Then this opened up, and as soon as it opened up, I got out. And my exit was somewhere in the 120s. And then I held, I think it was 1 share, because I was in 5 shares still. In 5 shares, when this opened up, I was up over $500, obviously, dollars per share. Is that not crazy? Because it opened up at 127. So I'm now up 110 points per share on a small cap ticker. Fucking crazy. Crazy. Now, the most I've ever gotten in an overall trade that was like a 24-hour trade was SMCI, a one-day swing back in 20. And I called this out. You won't get to see it anymore because of the price change. Give me fucking 30. But SMCI was banging. I have morning alerts. Oh, come on, baby. I need to put my links out there. Here we go. I'm about to get my 30. Give it to me. 3. Come on. 3, 2. Come on. Give me that burst. Come on. Give me 30. Come on, baby. Light my fire. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. But I got on the horn. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Oh, come on. I was so close to getting an exit I wanted there. Give me a little higher. Come on, a little higher here. I don't want to get too greedy. If I get one more small pop up, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Come on, give me one more pop. But I said SMCI. It was squeezing real. I didn't quite get it. God, hit 30, but I wasn't quite looking at it. Hit it on the dot, though. 29.90. I think we can still get I can get an exit. Anyway, I said SMCI, it's going to go to 1K tomorrow. And I got in that day in after hours and held it through, and it literally went through. I got in like 9:03 was my entry. Went to 1K by after hours, up higher into like 1080 in after hours. Remember that day I took off the day after. This is the day after Valentine's Day, and I took that day off from doing one-on-ones, which I do a lot of days. And if I'm not mistaken, that was a Thursday because it's kind of like my weekend into the Friday. Point being, I remember being at Best Buy and my phone just blowing up, and it finally hit 1K like right at the closing bell or close to it. Oh, and a lot of people had swung with me, and I only went in 11 shares, but that's the most I'd ever made per share size. I was in 11 shares and held all day, did not scale out until we hit 1K. And so I made over $100 per share, which is just absolutely crazy. I went in 11, won 11 shares. Did I say that? It was a fun one. That was a banger. And then TCGL. Those were the two like biggest. And it's crazy to think two different kind of tickers, right? One small cap really has no reason to do what it's doing. That's why it's H11. And then another one really had no business doing what it was doing, but it's a large cap play. And I'm trading stuff that cost $10 to $100 or $900 to $1,000 plus. Let's see, it's halted as we speak. Yeah, when that was missed. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thing is, TCGL. Yeah, that one. We'll see if that ever goes live again. We'll see. I don't know that it will. It may not. See, what software are these, if you don't mind me asking? It seems more consistent than a phone. Yeah, so I love Thinkorswim. So this is Thinkorswim. You can see Schwab owns Thinkorswim now, but this platform is called Thinkorswim, TOS. It is by far in Aussie and all my traders that are still around. Not many are probably still around, but they love Thinkorswim. They chart with it. They trade with it. Come on, give it to me. Hold on, let me get out. Come on, let me get out. I'm watching the bid and the ask over here, and what I'm trading on is trade the pull. Ooh, that's so close. Give it to me. One more pop in the. Give me one more. Give me one more. Come on, give me one more. There it is. 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 Let's go to the window, to the wall. Till the sweat drop down my balls. Till I'm gonna skill out one more, y'all. Ah, skeet, 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 skeet. Ah, skeet, skeet. Woo! We're out of water. Let's fucking go. This is why I scale out. This is why I scale. This is why I scale. This is why I scale. Because I've seen way too many of these. Yeah, the greatest starting. Yeah, I love it. So so this platform is called Trade the Pool. So I work for Trade the Pool. I don't have them on, but look them up. So let me get some links out there for you. So here's Trade the Pool, the program, the actual link to their website. So here's the Trade the Pool website. Here's the live stream I was on earlier. If you want to go watch this, I was on this earlier. So there's their YouTube. Go definitely follow them there. I'll put my link out there, which you have my YouTube, obviously kind of right here right now, but I will put more links out there. I do have a Discord that I put stuff out on daily. Boom. So here we go. Boom. We go ASTC still in this. Woo-hoo-hoo. Ooh, let's fucking go! All right, here's my all my goodies. This is my goodie package right here. Well, not the ultimate goodies, but pretty much the goodies. Here we go. So go follow me here, boss. If you have Instagram, if you have, of course, get me on the YouTube. There's my my website, X. There's everything right there. Let's see what else. And then, of course, I have morning alerts. I have morning alerts I give out every single day that I talk about stocks, their high of day, their low of day, all that kind of good stuff. You know, what to trade, giving you levels. Going back to plays like, let's just show you back to PLTR here, which we haven't squeezed yet. This line's been in since August 1st of last year, right? Edit properties, August 1st, 2025. That line has been in. Look at that. Perfect, right? So I give you guys levels. I mean, I could go back to SPY and levels for the day. Oh, what was? Let's just go listen to. This will be interesting. SPY. What was my high of day number on SPY?
Let's get a little higher, but generally, so we'll just call it 748.50. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day comes back 70, and then over that, the after hours high of 752.20. Normal high of day there, that's also Tuesday's high area. Over this, watch for the move into pre-market highs of yesterday, which would take it into 753.30, then to 754 ultimate high of day there.
Oh, well, I nailed it for the most part. I nailed 754. There's your 753, almost 30 mark I talked about. Did go higher than I anticipated, which is good to know. That's good. I like it. That means we're super fucking bullish. I was not anticipating that big of a day overall. And I called this out last week on the Trade the Pool stream. Even on Friday, we do a Friday Night Live, so come join us on Friday at Trade the Pool. But I give out those. So those are morning alerts. I give out 23 of these today. From small caps, just to get you started, what the watch list is and what to look for. Then truly breaking down plays like SP, like their levels and how to trade them and what to look for. SPRC, NCT, ATPC, ASTC, IOTR, bounce play potential at the bell, which I killed and told you guys to take a 1980s bounce on ASTC, and that worked out for quite a while until it didn't, but was in pretty good resistance on the way back on up. Anyway, that was one, but then we get into SPY, Apple, SPRC, AMD, ARM, B is in Bloom Energy, Meta, MSTR, MU, NVDA, QQQ, Snow, Tesla, large cap plays at the bell, small cap plays at the bell, SPRC, updates on that, ASTC, how I called out SPRC and ATPC. And what I called out on ATPC was watch for this to squeeze later in the day. As in it made its move early on, it's looking a little tight and consolidated, and it did. SPRC was, hey, I don't think this play is going to run. It ran way too much in pre-market. Too many runs. So if you go back to the 1 minute time frame as its first runs, it had 3 legs up. 1 big leg, 2 big leg, third leg is what? Way smaller than the rest. Traders are getting exhausted. And you can see they definitely were getting exhausted with it. Matt's still holding on to 4 like a mother trucker. All right, cool, man. You got it. Yeah, Fear My Tech. Dude, I got you covered. Small cap, large cap, and you can see how I'm still in this trade. I love it. Aussie Chick, how did you know? How did you know? How did you know? Just watching these all. Like I said, and that's why my entry, because I knew my entry was so good. Why? All this old resistance was going to come what? New support. So, boom. It really was a great add-on in the end, and it really, in the end, holy smokes, I wish I would have added in at least like 150, 200 shares. Not a lot, but enough to say, okay, now I'm, get a little more skin in the game, and I can really bank on this, because then I'd probably still be in like 50 shares, which really would be bringing in some extra cake, but it's all good. All right, let's get a little better exit there. I'll take that. I'll take that right there. All right, so we're getting its best exits as we can on the way up. Now I want full multiple dollar increments here. I have 3 shares remaining, so I want this back up through 35 plus before I even think about taking a share. I will leave 1 runner most likely into liquidation. I do have to run errands. I do have to leave here pretty darn soon. You think this goes up after halt? No, I think we're about done. I mean, I think this is what we usually do if we do this pre-power hour, we'll get a pullback, but I think there's more to come. Now we're gonna get we'll probably get something like this to happen. We come back, retrace, probably support off 28 now. I doubt this continues, honestly, because a lot of the time when you run at lunch into pre-power hour time, it'll get this reset, and that's why, again, I think this still rolls, and obviously that's why I'm still in this to hold some shares, because this really has continuation to it. Just such a low float. We're running through it over and over and over, that rotation. This would be one where I wouldn't touch it now, Fear My Tech. If you're looking to trade it, I would wait for, like we just saw, most likely continuation through new highs, you're going to get a multi-point move. So over 30.80, we went to 33.80. So that was 3 points. Not bad. So, and we're still holding. So if you would have taken the breakout, still relatively now are green. Or wait for a bounce off this 28 area. I don't think we'll get lower than that for now. This just has the bulls. The bulls. And this really is amping and ramping to where this could get going even harder. I'm going to hold already. Okay, you're good. I'd hold. Yeah, if you're in with me still or anywhere around my entry or better, I wouldn't get out. I'm holding. Hold. I'm going to see if this... I'm going to give it... Because I want to finally take a break. I've been going live freaking all day long. Between my stream and the Trade the Pool stream, which you can just rewind this. I have some of the Trade the Pool stream up here. Unfortunately, can't hear it because I forgot to put the volume on. But you'll see that I've been live for such a long time today. I just made it public after I got into this trade so I could manage it, and some traders can come over and watch me, actually in a trade. While it's just later in the day, I usually, reserve the pre-market into opening bell when I'm really going through stuff with traders through this area. My full attention, that they pay to be on, be here with me day in, day out. And then days like today, later in the day, I'm like, all right, cool, I'll make this free or public, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, hold. Oh, hold. You're like, oh, never mind. Yeah, it went up. Yeah, I think this stays bullish when I see these plays. That's, Aussie. I was trying to get you to hold into this play, to stay in this with me. It's all good, though. Now, I want 35 plus. When I get 35 plus, I'll scale out another share. I will for sure be tuning in. Yeah, and I'll be, tomorrow's Friday, last day of the week. I'll probably have my stream free tomorrow. And I'll put that out there right now if anyone jumps over. We'll have a free public stream tomorrow. Come over, watch me trade small to large caps. Market into the opening bell. Slap at sub button. I'll make it sound like I'm really from the South, truly. All right, there you go. We have a free public live stream tomorrow. There we go. Come over and watch me trade small to large caps and pre-market into the opening bell. Slap that sub button, and yeah, please do for Fear My Tech. So that hit the sub button. Trying to, of course, on those free days, what I'm trying to do, slap the sub, pull the alerts in, go watch my videos on my. Of course, you have the links out there for my website, YouTube, etc. I have a lot of videos out there. Lots, of course. You go to the videos tab, tons of videos, tons of lessons. You can keep scrolling through. From futures traders, which I've done some, and talk a lot of futures traders. Traders have been doing this for hundreds of years, essentially, a long time. Lots of lessons out there. Of course, then there's live recaps of my live trades, whatever it might be. Shorts, I've been doing more of those. They used to get more views, although of course it depends on what it is. Cars recently, of course, usually get the most views, like showing off the vehicles over here. What was the one that got this one here, like 9, almost 10,000 views? This is like a 6-second video. What? It's not the one I picked, but that was one of them. This is the one I picked. What is going on?
Let's go get some groceries.
Well, YouTube's having some farting trouble there. I already said, my man, appreciate it. Yeah, and like I said, tons of information on every day. For the most part, across the board from one of the social medias, I'm trying to put out as much information as I can for you guys and showing you guys what to do, how to trade, just simple lessons. Like literally over, if you go rewind and watch the, which I posted earlier, the Trade the Pool live stream from the day. If you go back and look at the live commentary, it'll see Mind Music Muscle he goes by. exactly whatever he said along the lines of, thank you, thanks to me and watching just the bounce plays, essentially, which are just quick. He started this month, I want to say, or he just started. And there's another guy, Barney, over there, and they went and watched. Both of them have given me flowers, right, love, or whatever, saying they went and watched my bounce play lesson, which is one of the most recent lessons I have. It's a 3-part lesson on bounce plays, like how to find them. Then there's then the second part of it. Besides how to find them, that's the first one. What to be looking for and what they look like, where to find them. Second one's the technical side of things, retracements and such. And the third one would be how to create your stop losses and targets off of those, charts that get built up. Both of them have come over and been like, and Barney's one that's moved it to few. He's done it in different sectors and just like, man, I'm like, yeah, hey, it's why I trade what I trade. I want it to be simple. I don't, I want it to be very easy, obviously for myself, but then for other traders to get and understand. It's very simple stuff and it works across the board. That's what I wanted. I wanted something that's simple and easy and works pretty much any day of the week. And you just got to find the chart, whether it costs $100 or, even I wish Shailene was around one day. She trades futures and NQ. Multiple times we'll just nail it to the dot on what to be looking for. And that's the thing. It's just as long as the chart builds up. I've always jokingly said, like, show me the money, Jerry Maguire. I want to get a t-shirt that says, show me the chart. If you show me the chart and then have on the back, I'll show you the money. And have me like on the phone, then I'll show you the money. But show me the chart. If you show me the chart, I'll show you the money. Yeah, there she is. There's my sailing. Yeah, just charts for me. If the chart builds up, then there's something to trade. If it doesn't, then there's nothing for me to trade, and I don't think it's worthy of it. If I'm investing, I know it's micro investing, and it's even if it is Trade the Pool, which is a prop firm, by the way. Trade the Pool is a prop firm. You'll love them. And now, of course, essentially now I'm employed by them. That's my company. I love Trade the Pool. In with meetings, do a lot of stuff. I'm pretty much going to start running their YouTube, the management of it, right? What we do in the content. So let me know what you want, what you don't like. I want to make it as best I can. On their live streams and have some fun for sure. But yeah, man, so it's been a journey. It's been one hell of a journey. But the levels, it's all about the chart. Show me the chart, I'll show you the money. I'll show you some profit to be had. I'm going to call it here, guys. I've been talking and yapping it up all day. I am going to watch this before I do leave the house. And before I do leave the house, I'll let you know and come in here and say, hey, guys, leaving the house finally. I'll leave you guys with some tunes while I do head out. Any last questions you guys have before I do leave for now, let me know. About anything. Do you need anything? Speaking of, how did we work out today? Did we just go up and away and just never hit levels we talked about? Yeah, we just kept going, huh? Or did we see a bounce play there? Oh, what? I don't know if you got it. I don't know if it stopped you out, but I called it, Shailene. It did go a little high. Didn't go as high as I would have wanted it to. But I kept saying to Shailene, and here you go, this just shows you how me and Charding are just peas in a pod. And I'll just put these levels in for now. And I say, here's what I would trade, and I would only trade these levels. So I said something about like right here, right? Something like that, 21 or 3,100. I like 3,100. Let me zoom out a little bit more. I liked this area right there, right? I like that area. I'll call it right about there. And then the top area, which I don't think we got to overall, which would then be, now here's the top area, but we had this middle area, right? So this is where the other area that I liked a lot. Some are just generally somewhere right about right there. And then I said the only trade to be had was probably, those only levels I would trade at this point. And I did say that's the thing. So if we go up a little higher, then the bounce is a little cleaner, but we don't go as high as I want. So the bounce isn't as clean. It really comes more in the bodies of the candles. But I did talk about that having a bounce in support. And now really they're sailing into tomorrow. If we ever see this level again, now you're looking good. Yeah, you caught it. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, good job there, Ingrid. Good job, Shailene. You guys have a great day. See you all tomorrow. I will be obviously live tomorrow. Not taking the day off at all after this week. It's been hot from MNTS all the way now to ASTC. Back-to-back days, early AT. We got a lot of spikes. Gonna go live tomorrow. Make it public and free. Tell your mamas, tell your daddies, tell everybody to come over. Spread the word. Would mean the world to me if you're on social media to share it. Share it however you can. The more the merrier to get over here so we can show how to trade. And then open the eyes. Like Fear My Tech comes over and says, oh, well, damn. All right. Right? I want that. I want more of that. So share tomorrow. We're going to go live for free. We'll definitely go live for at least an hour or so. We'll make it a lighter Friday for sure. It's not going to be too heavy, but we'll go live before we head into June. And catch tomorrow as well, which I'll talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow we go live on Trade the Pool at 1 p.m. Eastern. At 1 p.m. Eastern, that's 12 Central, 11 Mountain Time, 10 East Coast. Or West Coast. And do a lunch recap, week review. Me and Steve over on Trade the Pool for about an hour. And then Friday Night Live. What all the different names? Saline. Not Saline. Ingrid. What's the name? Stocks on the Rocks and all that. Anyway, lots of names for it. But it's called Friday Night Live, and it's a round table of traders. Now, a lot of streamers and guys that have been doing it for a while, but then we have traders that join us that still are struggling and just want to get on and yap it up and have a drink with us. So the more the merrier. We usually have a decent amount watching, but there's sometimes 6 to 8 people that actually get on the stream. And it's good. We'll have topics to talk about. A little guessing game at the end of it to make a little fun, little trivia, a little reindeer games, I like to call it. Where like this last week we wanted to see what the high of the week would be with Tesla. And now that we're getting very close, let me go actually over here to Tesla. And what is the high? Is it 445? Is that the high for the week? Yeah, 445. The guesses were Caesar 450, Steve 441.50, Joe 440.50, Ale went 470, and I said 453.50. So right now the winner is, it's really close. I'd have to do the math, but it's Steve and Caesar. Steve and Caesar are about split. I guess it would be Steve, but it's 450. That's really close to both. They're about even. So that's about a dead even race right now heading into Friday. And I had 453.50. I went for the next leg up over Caesar because I should have gone like 445. Now looking at the whole, like dang it, but that doesn't mean tomorrow we don't squeeze up and hit up for more. So that'll be fun to see where we end up, and then we'll talk about it. And there's always a fun stock to talk about. Stocks on the Rocks. Yep. And Fear My Tech. Have a good one, brother. Everyone else have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your afternoon. I will be back on the mic, or at least back in the office before I leave, and definitely when I get back from running the errands. I do have this afternoon off from one-on-ones just to get some stuff done. If you guys have any last questions, throw them in the chat now. Otherwise, I will see you all later. I'll jump back on the mic. Especially, I'll be jumping back on the mic if ASTC's hitting like crazy highs. Well, I will be running errands, so I'll be just typing at that time when I'm running errands. But all right, let's put some jams on. You guys have a good one. Actually, we have jams already to put on, don't we? Yas. All right, I'll put this one on. This is a favorite of Aussie. She likes this one. It's upbeat. It keeps her going. Let's get with it. Bang-a-rang, lost boys, lost girls. Hopefully it seems like my 2 girls are green. Saline, Aussie, both green. Double greens for the day. Let's go take a little break. Let's relax. Take a little swim for Aussie. A little smoke for, whatever. We take a little smoke break for about whatever. We chill. We relax. Let's come back in about 30 minutes to an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Let's review our trades. Let's chart. Let's journal. Let's track. Do some homework. And I'll see you guys back tomorrow. If I can rewind this. There we go. We got it.